Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hi, Anna. Can you hear us?
Can you hear me? Yes. 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 Yes.
1 second. We're getting an echo here, so 1 second. Okay, how you doing?
Okay.
1 second. We're still getting that echo.
I can. Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Hey, I don't know if that went away. Excuse me. Can you hear me? I don't hear anything, so that's good. No echo.
Anna, do you hear me?
I can't. I still get that echo. I don't have anything else open. Do you want me to log back in?
We're trying again. Hello.
Okay. Hi.
Do you hear me?
I hear you fine, but I have an echo.
You're muted now. 1 second.
Can you hear me?
Trying again. Hello. Hello.
Hello. Well, it sounds like.
Can you say hello again?
Hello.
Don't hear you, but this is something on our end, so 1 second. Sorry. Anna, are you muted currently? Okay. Do you want to talk on FaceTime while we get this sorted out?
Can you give me a time?
Looks like you're talking, but I don't totally hear you. So. Trying again. Can you say something, please?
Testing.
You're currently muted.
It's
Okay. Yes, I'm gonna text you I'm gonna email you the FaceTime info.
One, two, three. 1, 2, 3.
I still
Yeah, we hear the echo on our side here. I just sent you the FaceTime information.
Anna, will you try again?
Hello.
Anna, will you try one more time?
Testing. Hello.
Mute on the Zoom. I mean, on the FaceTime side.
Yes. Okay. Wait. Okay, now I can hear. Can you hear me? Hello.
Yes.
I am not hearing feedback. I do look like I'm in a room, but that's because there's a lot of light. Okay, hi. Can you hear me? Let's do this then. Can we stay on this one?
Yes, we're good.
Okay, great. Yes.
Leave the other.
Well, I'm gonna. She's in the green room link. I'm gonna tell her to get off the green room link. Oh, there she is.
Hi,
Hi. How are you?
good. How are you?
Good. I was just emailing you to say that you should be not on the green room link, but stay on the production link.
Okay, let me get off of the green room link. Okay, let me find that. Okay. I think I'm
No.
off it now.
The green room link was the YouTube. It was the YouTube link.
Mhm.
So just X out of that.
Okay, and now should I tell my daughter? Okay, should I tell?
So the green room link is like as if we were to do this in the studio. That's what you'll see. So that is great for the folks at Scholastic to watch, or if you want your daughter to watch. I think you froze. Oh, let's see. Where'd she go? Sandra, can you hear me? Our first hit's at 8:50, so we're good.
Said to pronounce her last name.
Magsamen.
Call me if it-
And I'll have her pronounce it and do a test. We'll do an audio check when she logs in. She is there. Do you know what the error was with all the echoing? Okay.
He solved it.
I mean, you hear me fine. I hear myself fine, right? Okay.
Yeah, it's not good here. Yeah,
Okay.
we restarted a couple things here. And
Okay.
I don't know. We did like 3 things at the same time. I wanted to fix it.
Okay.
Okay,
So Sandra, I think I'm not sure who the other Sandra is. That might be another
that's my
login.
daughter. Should she exit out?
Yes, she needs to exit out of this and stay in the green room link. And I'm sending you
Oh,
an
no.
email now if you
Oh,
need
no.
me to.
I'm sorry, she's not on this. That's just, I called in probably twice. There, I'm on now.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah. She's
So the
okay.
green room link is the one that's the YouTube link. That is as if you were in our actual green room watching what we broadcast out to stations.
Okay,
And then you and I and our team in New York will stay in this production Zoom. So
super. Okay, and Hannah can stay on the other one.
she
Wow.
can stay on the other one and watch everything. Yes,
Great.
exactly.
Okay.
So, and in New York, we have our wonderful crew, James and Shane. So you'll hear them, you won't see them. You'll see me.
Okay. I love that.
Yeah. So I would say where is your you have a laptop, correct?
Yeah, I'm looking right at it.
Okay, because it is a little echoey, so I'm not sure if you could get closer to the laptop.
Okay, let me pull
We
it
don't
over.
need that much headroom.
Okay, pull a little closer.
Yep.
How's that?
Yep.
that better?
And do you was this the room that was
This is the small room.
okay? Is there a door that you might possibly close?
It's closed.
It is closed because it's very echoey.
Is it? Oh, no.
Yeah.
Um, hmm.
And I know when we did our test last time, it wasn't so echoey.
Yeah. I mean, it has a high ceiling in here, but
Mhm.
do you want me to move?
Let's see. We have time. I'm just trying to find, because I love your backdrop. It's so cute. I'm trying to think what we can do. We can have you closer to, have the microphone closer to you, meaning the computer closer to you.
How's that? Is that better? Is
So
that better?
Shane and James, can you hear that? I don't know if there's a little bit of echo.
We should have Ben here instead of Shane.
Oh, sorry. Hi, Ben. Sorry, it's Ben and James.
Hi, Ben. Hi, James.
I thought I heard Shane. Okay.
Is that better in terms of the echoing?
Can you say your full name and then count to 5?
Sandra Magsamen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That was 6.
There's a slight echo. I don't know, guys. What do you think? I know sometimes what I hear and what the New York studio hears is a little different. I'm trying to think what we can do to help with the echo. It's so fun. I think okay. I think when we did our test run, you might have been holding the computer closer to you,
Okay.
and I think that's what it was.
Let me see. What if I'm trying to think if I put like a piece of furniture with something on it so it does my sound doesn't go up so high, like block it a little bit.
I mean, that might possibly work. I also am worried about the lighting because your lighting looks really good right now.
Well, I have lights over,
Okay.
like the kind for Zoom.
Yeah.
Let me see. Hold on.
Okay.
Let me see if I can move this furniture a little closer, like kind of make it
Make it a little tighter, the space.
tighter. That's what I'm
Mhm.
thinking.
You hear that echo, right, James?
Well, I'm just gonna grab a big pillow.
Maybe because I've been in studio for the last 2 days. I'm so you. Well, our first interview was at 8:50, so we're in good shape.
Let her do what she wants to do to fix this.
Yeah, and then we'll see how that works.
Hopefully it's-
Okay. And what's being broadcast right now on the green room? Is it just the slate?
Yes, it's a slate.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. Is that better? I think it is better. I can see.
Actually, that does sound great. Yes.
Yeah,
it
I
is-
put a big pillow right to my right. I can put
That-
another one to my left. Should I grab another?
That sounds great. I think that worked.
Is that okay? Okay, good.
Yeah, you can add audio engineer to your list of credentials.
I'm like insulating myself. here.
Yes.
All
you're,
right.
you're building your own little cove here, like
I'm
just
like,
get in
I'm
there.
doing my own studio, sound studio.
I know it
The
looks
lighting
good.
does look okay.
Yes, and it looks good. I'm just gonna increase my volume. Yep, so that's perfect. And if you want to make it a little, I would say if you want to just a tiny bit less headroom, or if you want to bring the actual computer a little closer to you.
Okay.
This one, and then
How's that?
no, that's actually perfect. That's great.
Okay.
It looks good on my end in New York. I think it looks all good on your end.
Okay, it's not too close.
No,
I
I
am
think
a
that's
lady.
good.
I'm just going to listen in for a second. It sounds like it's okay.
So you can just well, you can have a conversation. How you doing, Sandra? How was your interview this morning?
It was great. They are so sweet. I mean,
They
oh my
are
gosh.
nice.
And he has a 2-year-old, so it's perfect. And he just gets it. He knows so many of my books now that it's.
Will you put her picture up? I'll check sync.
So you're hearing everything that's happening in the studio right now. So, but yes, I was telling my husband this morning. He goes, "Oh, who you're working with?" And I'm like, "Oh, you may recognize
put her
many of her
picture up?
books We had them when the kids were little. Or we buy books. We're buying books now for our nieces, our nephews, now that, the younger kids. So it's wonderful. We'll
Send me,
be-
I'm happy to send you a whole box of books for all of those guys.
Are they hearing this mix?
I am hearing the mix. I can hear you.
Okay. That is an issue. You are not supposed to be hearing me right now. Sorry about that.
I can.
That's
Um,
okay.
Okay. Good to know. Not an issue pertinently right this moment, but good to know. I will give Deb a call.
It sounds like you're popping in whenever, we're talking.
Yeah. It's like the interrupt, right?
Yeah, exactly. Just like the interrupt in studio.
Okay. Interesting. Thank you for that.
But when you pop
I will do my best not to. We'll not talk on this.
Yeah. We'll talk on my other channel. I have 3 monitors set up, Sandra, just so you.
You have all angles.
So I have this monitor. I have my direct connection to the studio, and yeah. So I was just in studio yesterday. I was with Seal, and the day before that I was with Brooke, Shearhouse. So
Sure.
it's been a week of scholastic projects.
I love that. Well, they're getting the news out. I love that.
Yeah, it's been a busy July, which is nice.
Yeah, I love it. That's great. It's a great team there.
Yes, I absolutely adore them. They're great, and I love everything that they publish. So it's even better. I get to help promote books that I actually would like to read, or kids would
share.
read. Yeah, exactly. So just wanted to kind of give you a preview. So in this situation, this little production Zoom, I will be muting myself and taking myself off of video when you're in an interview. Where it says it's a great day for a media tour.
Mhm.
That's where what I call the prompter. That's where, for instance, our next interview, it'll say like, it'll say Boston radio, and then the name Ron or something like that.
Mhm.
And then if for those interviews that are going to be by Zoom or any web-based platform, if they're showing us their show or it's a host, we'll pop that up so you can see them.
Okay. Great.
So, and you just stay on this Zoom link. You don't have to do anything. You
Okay,
just stay
super.
here.
And I am on Chrome, so that should be.
Yeah, Chrome is the best browser of it all. Yeah, so this is where we'll be for the next couple hours. And
Great.
whenever there's a break, if it's a long break, I might just be like, there's a break. Why don't you just mute your line, turn off the video. We'll
Great.
still be connected because obviously everything looks great. And but whenever there's a break, I'll let you know so you can get up and grab a coffee or get something to eat and so forth. So it's pretty much very similar to what we would do if you were in New York City. For instance, I would be in the control room with Ben and James instead of them being on another computer here. And then let's say the folks at Scholastic or your daughter would be in the green room. Okay. So, but now everything's all virtual. Thanks for COVID. That's the one good thing that COVID came.
Right. It brought all the technology. It's amazing.
Yeah. And it also helps authors too, for those authors who can't travel or have tight schedules and need to do a media tour like this. We can do it from virtually anywhere.
This is great.
So,
and what was the decision to do so many TV things this time? This is sort of different strategy?
It was a different strategy. I think because the book was so visual and because, you're announcing a newer kind of book series and all that. I thought Dua, who came up to me, said, well, let's do some radio add some television into the mix. So I thought that would be a nice little element to combine everything, especially since we just did the radio tour for 100 words. Throwing in some visual and some TV stuff kind of expands your audience.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. I love it. It's been really, yesterday was fun. I mean, yesterday I know it wasn't really TV, but there was the one podcaster who records everything and does that.
And your Oklahoma City went well?
This morning?
No, the one from Tuesday, Oklahoma City.
Oh yeah. All 3 of them. That was great. All 3 of them went really, really well.
Yeah, and I'm glad
Janice, I love. Janice, I feel like she's become a friend. She's so sweet. Yeah.
She has a really good interviewing style. Exactly.
She does. She really does. Yeah. And she again, we've met so many times now that she really knows the work, and she's like, she's be able to, she's differentiating between the kinds of different things that I do. And that's
Mhm.
really helpful.
That is good. And I'll remind you of the ones of the radio stuff that we've got on here because we are a little bit more, let's say, podcast and TV focused today than just radio. Of the ones that you've, participated in the past. For
Okay.
instance, obviously, the Breakfast Club this morning,
Yes.
you
Yeah.
know them. And you have interviewed with Ron as well.
Yes, I thought
our
so. Good.
next interview. So we are about 5 minutes or so from going to the next interview. I should say it'll be our first interview collectively, your second interview since you did that first one. And so once we get connected, you might hear the studio saying, you can say hi to Ron or something like that.
Okay.
I will be muted. I'll be listening into all the interviews and watching everything as well. But I will also let you know what is a video interview and what is not. So for instance, our interview now with Ron is just all audio. So you don't have to worry about, you can look away or anything like that.
Okay. Good.
But obviously, since the microphone's tied to your computer, obviously, you
Stay
wanna kind
close.
of
Stay
still
with it.
direct your voice to the
To
screen.
it, straight.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
So once you start, turning around, there goes the audio.
Right. I was going to put the book on my lap, so I have it. I have it.
Yeah,
behind
and
me.
I like it right there too. Yeah. And I don't think anyone's going to ask for you to read anything or anything like that. But if they do, it's good to have the copy of the book right by you.
Good. Okay. Great.
And other than that, I think we're in good shape. Any questions for
So
me?
I don't really. So I should probably just turn these lights off so I don't burn them out. We're not going to use them now.
Yeah, actually, right now we're doing radio. Then we've got, so this is radio. Then at 9 o'clock, we have television, then another radio, and then 2 TVs. So if you want to turn it off now, this way it doesn't get too hot for you as well. That's not a bad idea.
Okay. Good idea. Okay. There.
Perfect.
I have natural light in this room, but it's so different. I mean, the lighting is so much better with that.
Yeah, and I'll remind you of when to put the ones for the TV on.
And you didn't think the lighting was too red. I was worried. I didn't really know how to manage it.
Yeah, actually, that's a good question for New York. So if, well, right now the lighting's off, so
Well,
we can,
yeah. Maybe when we come back on, I can. I know there's dials that I can turn, and I'm sure it's warmer and cooler. They give me some feedback.
Yeah. Here it looks good.
Okay.
I mean, right now you look also very good too.
It looked good before, Ron? Not Ron.
James and Ben.
James and Ben. It wasn't too red. It's Mag Salmon. Sure, yeah.
Yep.
It's easier than it looks.
It is easier than it looks, I must say. From when I first.
Well, right, yeah. Well, it's like me when I'm at a book signing. How do you spell the word Jeff? Because there's so many ways people spell their names. Yeah.
Exactly. Something. Okay.
Okay, great.
Yep.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Anna,
So
send me
I'm-
your address. I'll send you a bunch of books for the nieces and nephews.
Oh, thank you so much.
So many. I mean, I love to share them.
And it is cute. Like after today's tour, I'm going to give this to our newest nephew. He's just about to turn 2 months old. So he'll probably
Perfect.
eat this as a snack if I gave this to him first.
I just got a couple boxes of books. I'll pop some of those in there for new babies too. And the ages are like under 4, all the kids are 5?
Right now they're under 4. And then we have another set that's like 6+. So the under 4 bunch, yes, they're your biggest fans.
Well, I will send them tons of books because you're right over in Boston. It's not far at all.
Yeah, no, not at all. Exactly. So that's, you see where, that's what I call our teleprompter, where it says Boston Radio Ron. So you'll know that's who you're speaking to. And I might just jump in as well.
Wonderful.
Yep.
Say hello.
And just like we did with all the radio interviews, and it doesn't matter if it's TV or radio, they may ask you if the book is out now, where people can get a copy of the book. Obviously, it's available at your favorite local bookstore, online retailer, and also libraries. So
Yes. Yeah.
for those folks, I mean, libraries are really important. So always mention that you can find those also in libraries.
Perfect. Great.
Great. So we're going to call out to, and I'm mute myself and I'll be listening in.
Wonderful. Hi, Ron.
Hey, Sandra, how you doing?
I'm good. It's great to speak with you again.
You too. Are you ready to go?
I am. Thank you.
Here we go. Sandra Magdaman joins us now. She's a best-selling author, a children's book creator, certainly in this case, and she joins us now. Thanks for being with us today.
Oh, it is always a pleasure. Good morning.
Well, you have exceeded yourself here in targeting a book for an age group that usually doesn't get involved with books. Tell me about this.
Well, I am an author of a certain age, and it is my hope and my wish and my dream that I may be a grandma at some point. And the whole idea of how do we say hello with the biggest hug and a heart filled with joy to the newest member of the human race has been like on my mind and in my heart. And so this poem came to me, and I worked with Scholastic on it, and it really is just a book filled with all of the lovey-dovey names we want to call our new little one, from little peanut to little pumpkin to you're my little stinker. But it's also that there are hope in our dreams and our real hope for the future. So it's a book for new moms and dads and grandparents and friends and family. And certainly it's really a big hug for that newest baby in our lives. So it was really fun to create, and it's very simple in imagery and in text because it is for the littlest of ones.
Yes, it is. Now, is it for the mothers or is it for indeed the children? I don't remember being 3 years old. I don't think I ever was, by the way. But
I think,
yeah.
I think with this milestone in life, when a new baby is on the way or has just arrived, I think, for me, this book is for both the family, the parents, the grandparents, and for the newest baby, because it's a way to really, it's a book that's a big hug. It's like,
Yeah.
hello, we're so happy that you're here. We've waited so very long, and so now this is the celebration. So I think it really is for everyone. And Dr. Seuss, I think, said it right. He said he never wrote a book just for a child. He wrote it for the whole family. And I think this is really one of those examples.
Yes. Would a parent with their first child be more affected by this book than the parent having their second or third child?
That is a great question. I don't know the answer to that, but I would imagine I had one child, so I can speak from experience in that way and in my truth. But I would imagine that every child coming into a family is equally as expected and as anticipated. And so, you're trying to find the right name to call it. And in this case, there are all these wonderful terms of endearments. So, is it your little stinker? Is it your little peanut? In my case, my daughter was my little boo-boo because every time she kicked, which was frequently, it was a boo-boo. So I call her my little boo-boo. So I think we all have these wonderful names that we begin to, call our little ones, even while they're still, we're still carrying them or, expecting them in whatever way we expect them. So I think it's, I hope it's for all babies and all children when they are the joys, they're the dreams or our hopes or our wishes. I can't imagine that not everyone is really anticipated and lots of joy.
Right. I guess at some age, though, you should stop calling them those names.
Oh, you think so? Oh.
I guess it depends
I'll have
on the
to
name.
remember that. I can't call her little boo-boo anymore.
Oh, Sandra, I'm glad you called and I could tell you that. Yeah, I guess it depends on the name. My first child was Peanut, and he's no longer anything close to that type of thing.
But he might enjoy a little peanut talk every once in a while.
Yeah, it might kind of bring him back, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're right. Yeah, no, those names of affection are so indicative of warmth. It is amazing how that period of time just brings happiness and joy that you kind of don't find in your life beyond that.
Yeah.
It's such a pure, like nothing matters except for this kind of feeling.
It's so true. I mean, it really is about possibility and hope and the future. And there's nothing better than that. And it really is this time of magic and
Yeah.
literally pure joy. So the idea of staying in the moment and being there for that time, I think, is so important.
Yeah. It's interesting, Sandra, because I think what every human being, newborn and growth, craves is the feeling of warmth and support and
Yeah.
attention. And when people get older, they express how they missed that feeling.
Yeah.
So it is that important. It's just, I mean, it's everything at that point.
It is. That's so well said. It really is. It is the birth of a child, a newborn baby is a reminder to all of us how
Hmm.
special and unique and one of a kind each one of us are. And as we grow through life, we sort of lose that sense of
Oh, we sure
the
do.
miraculous experience it is of being a human being. And so
Yes.
here, this book is really about saying welcome, to the newest member of the human race. We love you, arms wide open, and that would be a wonderful gift to give to everyone in our lives every day.
Yes, well beyond the infancy. If we could do
Yeah.
that through the entire life, wow, life would be
Yeah.
incredible. But oh
Yeah.
well. So we do
Well,
our
let's just start. Let's
Well-
start the trend today. Tell someone you love them.
yeah, kind of. That's what you're supposed to do, and it does make a difference. It's amazing how a couple of words make such a difference. Well,
Yep. Recognize, acknowledge. Yeah, all of that.
yeah. Uh, okay, it must be a website we can visit.
Well, of course, Scholastic has a beautiful website. I have a website. It's just my name, Sandra Magsamen. And the books are, wherever you love to buy books or go to the library and pick up the book. Online, in stores, in your neighborhood, in your local library, they're everywhere.
Yeah. I'm going to ask you questions a little bit off of the beaten path here because you're an expert. With the electronic age, and that's very, very broad, but the social media, computerization, putting your eyes on cell phones, that kind of thing. Even for infants, we kind of infiltrate that these days into their infancy. Should we be replacing that with something else, or is that okay to do?
Well, I create books that are highly interactive, as you know,
Mhm.
over the years of talking with me. This book, in fact, has a mirror at the end, so the baby can begin to see itself and explore its
Oh,
own reflection. The cover of the book has this wonderful tactile texture on the front of it, so the baby, the sensory, parts of that brain can be stimulated. All the science, anybody who studies babies knows that the first 3 years of life, the brain of a little one is growing faster and more deeply than at any time in a human being's life. So those first 3 years are essential in building all the infrastructure that that person will grow to become and be. So the more we can offer our children things that they're touching and feeling and engaging with, like books that have sensory ideas and interactivity in them, the better it is. And the more they're related to people in their life, they're building that bonding and that connection that will last a lifetime. Sadly, phones and tablets and screens don't offer those characteristics.
right,
They are
right.
certainly incredible inventions, and they're things that I think a child and individuals and adults can grow to use in really wonderful ways as they grow. But early on in our development as human beings, we need things that we can touch and turn and point to, not necessarily having bells and whistles and lights flashing at us, but we need to be the engager. And I think that's the big difference. And so with, all my experience with, being a psychotherapist, with reading the data, looking at literature, um, books are books are the answer for young children in order to get them focused, to help the literacy starting, fine motor skills, language development. Anything that we know helps a child grow starts with those interactions with children. So whether it's singing, reading, playing, tummy time, bath time, human engagement with those things, not with a machine. So, that's my, big endorsement for books. They're just simply, it's not a replacement for them, for children, to really help a child's brain development, help them grow in relationships so that they can be all they're meant to be.
Wow. I'm going to replace the term baby and child with human beings, because I think what you just said was even more than that. So, you should write books.
Well, oh my goodness, thank you so much. That's
Just
quite
a
an endorsement. I appreciate that.
Just a suggestion on my part. Okay. It's Hello Baby, can be found everywhere.
Everywhere. Yep. And you can go out and say hello baby to, your friends, so you can remind them, you can see them and remind them how special they are.
The only time it's not appropriate is if you're in a mall and you're a senior or a guy with strange pants on and a girl goes walking by. Do not say hello baby.
Well, that is true. Thank you. There's absolutely a nuance that I endorse.
Okay.
That's absolutely true.
Just to clarify. Okay. Hey,
Thank
it's
you.
always a pleasure speaking to you. Google
You
hello
too.
baby, find it, and it's essential. It should be the Bible of love, actually. Thank you again.
Thank you, Ron. Take care. Have a beautiful day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Thank you. God, I hope he's not going to go out and say hello, baby. And that was a bad advice.
Well, that would be bad.
That would be bad. Thank you so much. Let me get up and do that.
Hi, good morning, Terry Hood. We have Sandra for you. Who is she speaking with?
Julie,
Julie. Hi, Julie. How long do you plan to speak to her for?
5 minutes is what I
Great.
have.
And do you know when it's going to air?
Tomorrow.
It's tomorrow, Lisa.
Great. Thank you. Okay. Here's Sandra for you.
Hi, Sandra.
Hi, is this Julie?
It is. Nice to meet you.
Hi. Thank you so much for having me on. I really appreciate it.
No problem at all. We're happy to do it. We have your book in hand in studio. It's a great book. I'm a mom of 2 boys and now a grandma of a soon-to-be 1-year-old. So
Oh my God, perfect. I'm on my way to being a grandma myself. Our baby's not here yet, but I'm so excited.
Well, congratulations. We're happy to do this interview. So I'm taking this for playback. What I'll do is give a countdown and then just kind of read that little introduction and we'll get started.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time. Ready? All right, we can do this in 3, 2, 1. It's never too early to help our children develop a love of reading. Beloved children's book author Sandra Maximin is doing just that. She's got a brand new book. It's a Hello Baby series designed especially for babies and toddlers. And we're so happy to get to talk to Sandra today about this great new collection. Welcome to Good Day Live, Sandra. Good to see you.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm delighted to be here.
So, Hello Baby. I have the first book in hand. It's the first in this new series that's baby focused, board and novelty books. These are all designed for those younger children. I have to ask, what helped inspire you to create Hello Baby? And why did you feel like now was a really good time to launch this series?
Oh, great question. Well, the whole series really is a huge hug and a hello to, the next human being, coming to our planet. And I don't think there could be a better time to let children know how important they are and how wonderful they are, and that this time is so joyful for everybody, when they come into our lives. I'm an author of a certain age and, soon to be a grandmom. And so it couldn't be more appropriate in my own life, in the life of my family, to really, reflect and think about what it's going to mean to have this newest member of the human race with us. So the book is just filled with all of those wonderful kind of pet names that we call our children, and they come to be developed when they're first with us, like Little Peanut, Little Deer, Honey Bunny, all of those wonderful, Little Stinker, and also hope and dreams, because that's what they are. They're our hopes and our dreams. So it's just a time to see these babies, let them know how important they are and they're meaningful in our lives. And this whole series celebrates that. So it's been so much fun to work on.
It's funny because the pictures are great. Like you mentioned the little stinker and the skunk to go along with it. But these books are so colorful and they're so engaging, for the littlest ones to see the color and to hear our voices when we use these terms of endearment has to be such a fun idea. When you created the book, did you keep that in mind when it comes from baby to toddler, how this could engage them all?
Absolutely. My background is as a psychotherapist. I was an art therapist for many years. So the idea of, the children's development and milestone is woven into every book that I do. So when I work with older children and books for older children, like picture books, very different art, very different imagery. This is very new imagery. This is like brand new illustrative style because we're really looking at talking to babies here. And so the big eyes are on all of the characters. The backgrounds are clean with big, bold colors with imagery that's very large. So as you say, the secondary component of this, we want the babies to be able to see it and begin to hear it, and then begin to use their hands to touch and fingers to poke it. Where's the deer? Where's the skunk? Where's the cow? But at the same time, we're building bonds between the parent, the grandparent, the caregiver, and that baby. As that baby's sitting on the lap and you're reading, there is the heart-to-heart experience. And so they're beginning to grow and learn together. And that's as important as any, development in terms of reading, because the reading will come much later, of course. But it's the engagement and it's that sharing and reading together that is so important at this age.
A final question I have for you is related to kind of this day and age that we're in with all of these electronic toys and all these devices. And as a new grandma, you're about to be one. I am one. My grandson will be a year old this month. I feel like the good old fashioned book never loses its significance and importance in the hands of the caregivers and the parents and grandparents. Why do you think it's so important to have these books?
Well, you have really hit the nail on the head. It is essential. These books, by their very nature, by their very construction, allow two people to sit together, a little one and a parent, a grandparent, hold each other and read. That physical touch is so important. Also, within a book, the child and the reader, they're engaging to the book. They're touching, they're feeling, they're exploring, they're turning the pages. And my books are all interactive. So whether it's the mirror on the last page, the texture on the front with the wings, or some of my books behind me have tails and ears and feet, there's an engagement and an interactivity that's really important. A tablet, a phone, or the screen, that's the opposite. That's coming back to you with energy, with light, with sound, with movement, completely different energy. And that's, there's nothing wrong with those, kinds of devices. But later down the road, let a child begin to engage and see themselves, being a part of the world, not the world coming into them first. And that's really the difference in books. Books will always be the standard. We know that the brain of a child is growing faster in the first 3 years of life than any time in its entire life. So the more we can engage them in sensory experiences, touch, singing, movement, all of those activities help those brains to grow so that child can grow to become everything it's meant to be.
Well, I just love having talked to you today. Now I want to know where our viewers can go to discover the Hello Baby series. Where do they need to go to get these books?
Really anywhere they love to buy books, whether it's online in their local neighborhood and independent stores, the large stores, libraries. I mean, really wherever they love to go and look at books and buy books or share books at the library. We're there.
Sandra, thank you so much for your time. We sure do appreciate you
Julie,
today.
thank you so much. Oh, it's my pleasure. Take care.
Okay.
Okay.
Yay. So that interview was a Zoom interview, but they had a different angle, so I didn't pop it up. So whenever there's a TV interview where we can actually clearly see the anchor, we'll pop that up in that window
Okay.
where it says Terra Hall. Yeah.
Great. So
Next, oh, go ahead.
is the next one the TV?
No, next one is actually radio.
Okay, so I'll turn this off.
Yeah.
So it just Anna, just give me some feedback in terms of content. Is the work that are the ideas that I'm sharing, the questions I'm responding to, is there anything I'm missing? Is something I shouldn't be saying? Like,
No, actually, everything's been great. I really do love what Ron pointed out in his interview, how you calling them human beings and welcome them to the world. That
Yeah.
obviously, I just love that approach. And I thought that was
Mhm.
really great. The way that Julie wrapped up where the book's available and so forth, you did that, pretty well as well. And also, at first, I thought Ron was going to throw a really interesting or difficult question to ask, but it was the question about iPads and so forth and,
Yeah.
using technology. And I thought that was a really good response as well.
Okay. Yeah, and
Um,
Julie too. And yesterday, everybody, all the interviewers this morning, every single person wants to talk about that.
Yep, yep.
Yep.
There was a story, I don't know if it was in New York Times. There was, of course, it was on my feed, funny
Yeah.
enough, on Instagram, saying how Americans are reading less and less.
Yeah.
And that I forget what percentage of Americans last year read 0 books. If I find it, I'll let you know. Which
Yeah.
again is obviously we're in the world of publishing. I'm a big reader, so for
Mhm.
so many Americans not to read just one book
Yeah.
says something about the culture in terms of these younger kids growing in now and like not sharing books with them because the more a parent reads and the more you read to your child, hopefully they will take that into adulthood and onward.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm gonna look that up. I saw that yesterday as I was scrolling, and I should have tagged it or should have just made a reference to it. But if I do find it while you're in your interviews, I'll share it with you so you know.
That would
'Cause I
be
think
great.
it's really
Yeah.
fascinating that basically reading is on a decline.
Well, I do know that, and I know that with YA, that age group particularly has gone. It's a massive drop. With the young preteens getting phones and all that. That business is really struggling in the industry. I think our business, which is younger, is holding its own and doing okay.
Mhm.
It really is. I mean, like it's not like just let me just make this up, but the idea of a kid being engaged and the curiosity so
Mhm.
different than the energy coming in from a screen, which is not encouraging them to explore.
Exactly.
They're following a very different set of circumstances, and the whole lights and the sounds and all that's very different too.
Mhm.
And it
Mhm.
couldn't be more important, I think, for brain development. I'm going to actually have Hannah, I don't know if you're listening, Han, but do some research for me on data related to kids who are read to and kids who aren't read to. I'd love to share that.
That's a really good one. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Honey, if you can pull that up, that'd be great.
So I don't know if Hannah heard that.
Oh, she didn't. Okay, I can text her.
Yeah, yeah. Just because I'm not sure where we are with everything. Are you closing the door? Sorry. My husband's working from home today because there's a big World Cup match in Boston.
Oh, yeah. Oh, she's on it. Excellent
good.
answers. Okay.
Excellent.
She's like, okay, I'm on it. Great. Thanks. You know, okay.
And I'm going to pull up.
I'm just going to say simple, quick data points. Okay.
Oh, it was in the Atlantic. Oh, and then CBS. A third of Americans say they're reading fewer books.
Yeah.
Well, this is from a day ago. It's from the Atlantic.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
Did you read the David Brooks piece in the Atlantic about the 3 types of people who are going to use AI?
Oh no, that's a good one.
That's a very good one. Yeah, how that's going to impact people.
Now, just trying to see the quote that came from here. Oh. Just trying to get the end. I mean, it's very dramatic. The article in the Atlantic is called "The End of Reading is Here."
Oh my God.
Just like
Jesus. I wonder who funded that. Is that from Apple?
I know. I was like, oh my God. Oh, wait. I was like, and then I mean, it goes into. I gotta go find it all, but I'll look for the exact quote because this is a pretty long article. Oh, here it is. It says nearly half of all adults read 0 books a year. That's from the Atlantic.
How many?
says nearly half of all adults read 0 books a year.
Wow.
Only 16% of Americans now read for pleasure on an average day.
Wow.
And it says daily reading for fun has dropped 40% in the last 20 years.
That's shocking.
So, and I don't know, I mean, obviously they said that some of the causes are busy schedules, economic stress, reduce the time available for hobbies, aka reading.
Well, podcasts, books on tape.
And that's the other thing, like screen time. Phones compete for attention. People spend their time on social media or streaming video instead of reading. And of course, shorter attention spans.
Well, that's the one thing Hannah just sent me. Developing attention span, it comes out of reading. Having a curiosity and an increased attention span, and that's really important.
And then they even have some suggestions here. It's like read for 15 minutes. Just build a routine. Read 15 minutes before bed.
Yeah.
Which I always love reading before bed.
Well, my mom's 89 and she's recently been hospitalized. She's doing well now, but her attention span just, was completely obliterated through all of that. And she's now, so we started having her do word searches, which started helping that cognition.
Yeah.
And now she's able to read again. I just sent her Theo of Golden, and
she's on my TBR.
Oh, it's so good. And it's a perfect book for my mom too. When you get into the themes, and my mom likes to figure something out. At the same time, she likes it to be heartfelt. And she can read like 3 pages a night, and she's having trouble sleeping. So now she can begin to feel when her eyes get sleepy and her book starts to drop, then she knows it's time to go to bed. So it offers so many skills, and clues, and self-soothing, even for that age group,
Yeah.
And so Hannah just sent me regular reading significantly improves the child's attention span, vocabulary, and cognitive performance.
It says, okay, so 51% of adults read 0 books a year. Fewer than half of all adults report having read a book of any kind in 2022. That's from that's the Atlantic's cover story right now.
Jeez Louise.
I know.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy.
I mean, my family makes fun of me, but when we take long flights, I literally read. I do not watch a movie.
I was in the middle of finishing.
There's nothing I either want to watch or the screen is so tiny. They're editing it. It has to be a movie that I really, really want to see versus me reading. So I end up flights to Europe and stuff. I will read as opposed to just watching a movie.
I think for me, it's far more relaxing, and I'm more engaged in the story, and I love a good story. Like on Tuesday, I did the 3 interviews, and I was in the last chapter of this book that I was reading. So I kept grabbing the book, in between. And then as soon as it was over, I was like, I have to finish this chapter.
Yeah.
Because I love it so much. It's just, I had to know what was going to happen.
Yeah.
And today I'm waiting for Amazon to deliver Whisperer by Anne Patchett.
That's on my TBR too. I just finished, the book I just finished was Into the Blue, which I really liked. And it was a really smart kind of, I don't want to say romance. It's really not. I mean, there is a romantic element involved, but it's very smart. It basically covers 2 folks who meet at 17, 19 and through their lives as they get older. And one is comes from this big acting family, and one is, not. And they meet in Western Massachusetts, in the Berkshires, and he's trying to resist, becoming a big actor. And she really wants to be an SNL writer. And it just talks about their development and that eventually I'm not giving.
Okay.
Thankfully for James, because you and I, Sandra, would just be talking the entire
time. We should be, right. We're going to meet for cocktails later.
We do have a job to do here. Okay. Yep. And you've been on their show before.
Okay.
Yep.
Hi, Craig.
Hi, Sandra.
How are you?
Here. Getting my
myself situated here. We've got about 35 seconds,
Okay.
and we'll be all set to go. I'll plug you in. A third generation of meat cutters. Open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, Saturday, 8 till 12. And take a peaceful drive up the lakeshore to Wee's Memorials in Algoma, where memories are carved with care. For timeless craftsmanship and compassionate service, Wee's Memorial helps you preserve precious memories for generations. You've got it on the Breakfast Club on WCUB. Great Thursday to you once again, broadcasting live from the Nicolay Bank Cub Radio studios. Cloud cover has taken over. 72 degrees for both the temperature and the dew point this morning on the muggy side, no doubt about it. Greg Dillon, happy to be here with you this morning. And joined this morning as well by a woman making her return to the show, a beloved best-selling children's book creator by the name of Sandra Magsamen, bringing her creative magic, art therapy expertise, and heartfelt mom know-how to the tiniest of readers, now with Hello Baby, a vibrant new line of baby-focused board and novelty books designed for those ages 0 to 3. Sandra, good morning.
Good morning. So nice to hear your voice.
Oh, thank you. Good to have you back on the program this morning. Now, some of your background, for those who might have missed you the first time there, what was it that inspired you to start the books that you did?
Oh, well, I was an artist most of my life, all my life, still I'm an artist. And then I went on to do my graduate studies in art therapy because for me, communication was best. I was able to most express myself through art and through writing. So I began helping others to do the same thing. And, I began working with families and children and, lots of other folks as well. But eventually I began really writing stories for my daughter who had been born at that time and really sharing the themes and the ideas that were really important in my life and also in the life of the folks that I was seeing, my clients. And those are themes, about connectivity, about love, about saying what's in our heart. All the themes from childhood through, understanding feelings and kindness and being there for others. And so a series of books and poetry began to develop. So it's now 25 years later that I'm still publishing with Scholastic. And it's just been an amazing journey. And I've come to this place and I'm writing specifically for the newest members of the human race, the little babies, because I'm going to be a grandma this year. So I'm very excited to share. Thank you. Yeah. So it's been an incredible time. And this whole series is really reflective of that experience in my own life.
Yeah, you like creating books that appeal not only to babies / toddlers, but also to the adults that are reading to them.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. Well, we are the adults are the conduits. We're the ones that bring these books to the little ones and open up a whole world for them. So the adults pick it off the shelf first. They have to love it and feel like it's meaningful and it's valuable in their family in order to bring it home. So absolutely, I absolutely write for the moms and the dads and the grandmoms and the grandpas and the teachers and the aunts and the uncles. It really, it's a family of readers, and that's what we're really hoping to build here.
Yeah, because Hello Baby, now this is going to be the first of a new series of baby-focused board / novelty books. It's designed, like we said at the beginning, for kids ages 0 to 3. Now, why did you feel that right now is the right time to launch this series?
Well, for a lot of reasons. I think that there are, number one, I'm going to be a grandma. Number two, I think that more than ever, I think that we need to continue to celebrate these new little human beings in our lives. And it is such an important time for the family. You know, it is a time of hope. It's a time of joy. We're looking at the future in these little ones. So it really meant something to me to really be there with a book that's a huge hug and a big hello to this little one, letting them know that they are seen, they have been awaited, they are, you know, just bringing something very special to a family and to parents and to the whole group. And so I think my work is always about that with, you know, older kids. It's been about that with friends and family, you know, when I've written books for adults. But this really is, you know, like a real grounding book in that way. And so I took the perspective and the narrative of using all of those terms of endearments that we often call babies, like little peanut, little pumpkin, little stinker, you know, honey bunny, cutie pie, all of those, but also that there are hopes in our dreams. So it's a way to just really embrace and hug this child and this time in a family's life.
Author and illustrator Sandra Magzaman with us this morning on the WCUB Breakfast Club. Latest book, Hello Baby, the first in what is going to be a series of board books for those ages 0 to 3. Sandra, I know now we live in this age of, you know, the digital media, the electronic toys. Do you think this hands-on experience with a book now may be more important than ever at this time?
Well, I do think that. I firmly believe that. And the science behind that belief is absolutely there. We know that in the first 3 years of a baby's life, their brain is growing at the fastest rate it will ever grow and develop in a human being's life. So we know that books being brought into a child's life as early as possible help develop that brain, help that child to gain attention span, to eventually learn literacy, to begin to recognize objects. Fine motor skills are beginning to be developed by looking and touching. And as importantly as all of those developmental models, you know, the cognitive development that's taking place, the emotional development is happening. A baby is sitting with a parent or a grandparent, you know, or an aunt or an uncle or a sibling or a teacher, and they are reading and engaging with another human being. That emotional attachment is so important. And when you compare and contrast that with screens or tablets or phones, they all have their uses, but they do not give that child those skills and that the emotional and the cognitive development that we have seen the data that scientists are really studying now that a book does. Books are essential in the cognitive and emotional development of our little ones. And the more we read with them, the sooner we read with them, the sooner we sing and play and tickle and engage in sensory experiences, the faster and stronger and better those little babies' brains will be so that they can grow to be all they're meant to be. And that's what we want to do as a family and caregivers is give them every opportunity. Books do that.
What is it that you hope that these little folks who are kind of soaking these Hello Baby books in, what do you hope that they take with you and remember the most from them?
I hope that they remember and they carry with them that they are a beloved member of a family and of this human race.
Awesome. Awesome stuff. Sandra Magzaman with us this morning on the WCUB Breakfast Club. I'm looking at her Amazon page right now. Several books there featured for the little ones. And Sandra, can we go online and get more about you and your work?
Sure. Scholastic has a beautiful website where they have a section about me. I have a website. It's my name, sandramagzaman.com. And the books are really wherever you love books, libraries, online retailers, stores, your local independent stores. You know, we are just really, really blessed to have our books be embraced by so many other book lovers. So, you know, you can find them really wherever you like to go.
And growing some new ones as well. Sandra Magzaman with us this morning on the WCUB Breakfast Club. Sandra, it's been a pleasure having you back on.
My pleasure, always. Thank you so much, Craig.
Absolutely. 8:29 on the WCQB Breakfast Club.
Great, thank you.
I love Craig's got the most radio morning host voice.
Yes, he does. He does. He's lyrical. It's like a song.
Yes,
Yeah,
it really is.
yeah.
Next, we're actually going to be speaking to a program called Unscripted, and it'll either be Jeremy or Maddie. And this is television. It's in Springfield, Missouri.
Okay.
I don't know if you watch last week tonight with John Oliver,
Yes.
but maybe last week's show. You know when he does his introduction, and then he has this little segment called "And Now This," and it's something funny for TV. The two hosts of Unscripted, Jeremy and Tom, were actually featured on the show. 'Cause
Wow.
they are, if you know it, they're the oddest co-hosts. One looks like Wilford Brimley, and one looks like the ice skater guy. Now I'm having a come on. Who was it, James? The ice skater guy. He does all the commentary for ice skating. What's his name? Why we cannot remember this? Oh, yes. Johnny Weir. Yes.
Oh, right. Wow. Very fancy.
So, yes. So it
Didn't
was,
he work with Tara Lipinski at the Olympics? or
yes,
something?
they do the commentary all
Yeah.
the time. The two of them. So think of Wilford Brimley and yes, Johnny Weir doing a morning talk show together.
Oh, I love that. Yin and yang.
So it's really funny. I thought they were funny. So this is that program, and I'm not sure if we're going to get Jeremy, Maddie, or Tom.
Okay.
We might probably get Maddie because she is a mom, and maybe they want to just have a mom interview you for this. So
Okay.
it will be live television, and they usually do broadcast their Zoom to us. So if that's the case, we'll pop it up so you can see it.
Okay.
And
Great.
that'll be in that box right there.
Okay, right in the top.
Yeah.
Okay.
And James will let us know who it is. Obviously, if it's a female, we know it's Maddie.
Okay. Great.
So I'm going to mute myself but I'm watching still.
Okay, super. Thank you.
I just spoke to Springfield. You will be speaking to Maddie.
Okay.
Sorry. And they are going to be hitting live in about 3.5 minutes. They're
Okay.
just in a new segment right now. So just letting you know too, James. So they'll let us in about 3 minutes, maybe even less than that. So
Super. Great. Thanks.
stand by. And it will be Maddie.
Okay.
And then if I do find that clip, I'm going to share it with you because it's kind of funny.
Oh, I'd love that. Yes.
You might have, yeah, because that was on the John Oliver show, but I'll email that to you.
Super. I've been staying away from a lot of news, so I haven't seen things lately.
That's the only news I watch. No,
Yeah. Right.
John
My
Oliver.
husband too. Yeah.
I just like his take on stuff.
Oh my God, he's the best. He's so great.
So I actually had the opportunity last year to see him live. We waited in line and got standby tickets to see the live taping of his show.
Oh, that's exciting.
So
Wow.
that
Was it
really
great?
fun. Yeah, it was wonderful. He does, you don't realize how small everything is. Oh, are they in there? Sorry, I thought someone was talking. Oh, here we go. I'm gonna zoom. Okay.
That's the magic of TV, isn't it? The size of the sets and all that.
Yeah, and I thought the studio would be a lot bigger considering some of the things he would have.
Yeah.
But it was great, and the audience was fantastic, and it was a good sized audience. Definitely worth seeing if you're ever in New York. And we got standby tickets. I mean, we just waited and were let in.
I'd love to do stuff like that. We're going to be spending more time in the city next year. So that's definitely on my list.
2 minutes.
I think so.
Everybody will be with you momentarily. Sorry.
One minute.
Hey, hi, Sandra, can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Maddie. How are you?
I am doing so great, and I'm so happy to be talking to you. I'm expecting my first baby literally in 3 weeks.
Oh
this
my
is
God.
we're talking today.
I have chills. How incredible. Congratulations. Best of wishes and lots of love to you.
Thank you so much. We're about 30 seconds out, but I got those beautiful suggested questions. I just want to make sure it's Sandra Magzamin.
Magzamin?
Magzamin. Okay, perfect. Magzamin.
15.
Right, we're 15 seconds out, okay? Beloved and best-selling children's book creator Sandra Magzamin brings her creative magic, art therapy expertise, and heartfelt mom know-how to the tiniest readers with Hello Baby, a vibrant new line of baby-focused board and novelty books designed for ages 0 to 3. And every book gives babies, parents, caregivers, and educators the foundational building blocks they need to thrive at every age. So Sandra, thank you so much for joining me today. As I said before we got on air, I'm so excited to talk to you today because I'm an expectant mother, and I cannot wait to talk about Hello Baby.
I am so excited to speak with you, and congratulations. This is incredible. I love it.
Thank you. Okay, so Hello Baby is the first of your new series. So I'm just curious, what inspired you to create Hello Baby, and why did you, feel like right now was the time to launch this series?
Well, a couple reasons. I have been working in the publishing business for about 25 years, writing lots of books for children over the ages, and I really felt like this was a time to talk to the newest members of the human race and to the families, and really, let every child know that they are amazing, that they are loved, that they are coming into the world where we need more hope and joy, and they are our dreams and they're the future. So I am also happy to tell you that I'm going to be a grandma this year. So both professionally and personally, this was an absolute year for me to create this book. Just really knowing how important, these little babies are in our families and our lives, and really in the world for the future of our world. So this book is a celebration of all of that.
I love that. Well, major congratulations to you as well. So I am curious, how do you approach creating a book that appeals not only to babies and toddlers, but to the adults who are having to read them to the babies and toddlers?
Of course, and that's a great question. When a person buys a book, it's the parent or the grandparent or the aunt or a sibling who buys a book for a new baby. So, my work just, has been out in the world for so long that my art is recognizable. My verse is recognizable. The messages that I want to put in the world are akin to the ones that our readers want to read to their little ones. So I think that really makes a big difference. That I've been speaking to parents and grandparents for a really long time now, and I am trusted in that way. But the books have to be engaging for both babies and for grown-ups. And I think my books, the images are really playful, they're engaging, they're also funny, and they're also heartwarming. So I think there's a combination in that recipe that kind of works together to make these books appealing, across all ages and stages of life.
Yeah, and I'm obviously paying attention to you, but I'm seeing in the background 100 words to say I love you. I really love you. They're just so cute. It captures the eye. The colors really speak. I mean, at least to me, and I'm the adult here, so that makes so much sense. Now, you had touched on this previously. You're going to be a grandma, but fostering the love, the kindness that little human beings have to carry into the world. Why is it meaningful to you to concentrate on this age group? Could we dive a little bit further into that?
Absolutely. Really putting on all the hats that I wear, being an art therapist and studying, really childhood development so much for so many years. It's so important for our little ones, from age 0 to 3, the brain is developing at its fastest and most intense and meaningful time in a child's life. It will never grow as fast as it does in those first 3 years. So the cognitive and the emotional development that happens in those first 3 years are essential for us to lay the foundation so that that child can grow to be all they're meant to be. And reading books and being engaged in both the emotional development and the cognitive development at that age is essential. So in these books, there are large images of all the characters and also the terms of endearment. So throughout this book, it's like, you're my little peanut, you're my honey bunny, you're my little stinker. So that you're creating this bond of love and playfulness, very essential. But they're also beginning to look at color and shape and movement. And that's equally as important for the cognitive development. We know that children who are read to at a young age, their cognitive development is exceedingly exceeds others who don't read. We also know that their attention span is broadened. Their language development comes earlier. So there's all kinds of scientific data that really share with parents and caregivers that it couldn't be more important than to share a book with a little one.
Especially in this digital age, get the hard copy, get it in their hands, let them touch,
That's
let
right.
them feel.
Sensory is so important. The sensory integration. In this book, there's a mirror in the back. There's sensory through it. You can touch and feel textures. So important. Same is important, like we have books that are songs that you sing the song. You're touching and engaging and interacting. Sensory play is so important for our little babies. Just
I love it.
Essential.
Yes. Well, Sandra, where can our viewers go, follow you, purchase the Hello Baby series, and just learn more about what you do?
Well, Scholastic has an incredible website that they can explore. I have a website. It's my name, Sandra Magsamen. And our books are thankfully, offered in neighborhoods and independent bookstores, online, in libraries, wherever you love to explore books. I think you'll find them there.
Awesome. Sandra, congratulations again on becoming a grandma this year. And
you
I'm
too.
so excited.
So happy.
Yes, and I'm so excited to introduce my baby to Hello Baby. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
All right, you guys, we're going to be back with lots more fun right here on.
You're good. Thank you so much.
Wow. That was a nice surprise.
That was nice. That's right. I thought her producer said she's going to be a mom, but I guess, or was a mom, but she's going to be a mom. So
in 3 weeks. Oh my gosh.
that's perfect.
amazing.
Perfect timing with that interview. I'm glad. And that's live as well.
That was sweet for her to say, I can't wait to introduce my baby to Hello Baby. That was sweet.
Oh, that is so cute.
Yeah.
And that was perfect timing. Perfect timing. So
Yeah, I love that. Sweet.
we have in about 12 minutes or so, we're going to go to our next interview. So I don't know if you want to get up and little break or anything like that.
Yeah.
Because we are going to be doing, just to give you a heads up, we'll be doing 1, 2, 3 back-to-back TV interviews. And then we have a couple of radio in between. So if you want to take a little 10-minute break, you can.
Super. Okay. And then in terms of like the lighting, everything's still good on that?
Yeah, everything still looks great.
No, it's not too
Yep,
cold,
and
it's
your
not too-
audio looks good too. So just be back just before 10 o'clock because that's when we're going to do an interview in Norfolk, Virginia, and that's going to be television.
Okay. Super. Okay. I'm going to turn the light off and I'll be right back.
Yeah, perfect. This way it doesn't get too hot for you too.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, Sandra.
Hi.
Hello, hello. We're moving on to the next interview.
This is the TV one?
Yes, so we're going to be doing 3 TV back to back. This next one will be in Norfolk, Virginia.
Okay.
The lighting here is bad in my office. I feel like I'm in a dark space.
Well, I just turned this on. It is bright.
I'm not on TV, so I usually do this in another location in my house, but my husband's working from home because of the World Cup, and both my sons are home, so I'm like,
Yeah, I have 3 dogs in the house. 2 dogs clustered with my daughter, the other end of the house, and my little puppy Olive, who's
For
16.
kids under 3, we talked to a children's author about the message behind her new book.
And from babies to butterflies, we check in with the band Monarch today
oh yes,
at 9.
thank you, James. Okay.
Yeah, so Olive's in the room with me, but she'll be quiet.
Yeah, and oh, that's fine. And we've had dogs jump in people's cameras all the time. You will be speaking, I believe, to April, but they'll reconfirm that. And this should be pre-recorded, and they'll let us know when it'll air, or James will let us know if he asks the station. Thank you.
Great.
Hello, Norfolk.
April, can you say hello and see if they answer?
Hi, it's April.
Hi, April.
Hello.
We're having trouble with our Zoom on our end, so just give us a second. We're sorry.
Sure. No problem.
How long do you plan to speak to Sandra for?
So Sandra, just a heads up, you'll be speaking to April for about 4.5 minutes, and this will air tomorrow.
Okay.
Great. So as you'll see them in the bottom box once we're connected with them.
Okay.
Same age that are
All right, April, mic check, please.
Mic check. Hi, Deborah. How you doing? Can you hear me?
Hello. Hi. This is
Sandra.
Sandra.
Hi, it's April. How are you? Deborah, Sandra, how do I say your last name?
It's Mag Salmon.
Mag Salmon. Okay.
I'll be right back. I was gonna.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry. My little puppy was barking. I want to just put her in my lap.
Oh, let's see the puppy.
This is Olive.
Oh, he's so cute. All right. What an adorable book. I got a chance to read it while I was waiting. Mag Salmon. Okay. Sandra Mag Salmon. All right. We're ready to go.
Okay. Thank you.
Uh-huh. In 3, 2, 1. Author Sandra Mag Salmon's new book, Hello Baby, is the first in a new. Okay, let's do it again. 3, 2, 1. Author Sandra Mag Salmon's new book, Hello Baby, is the first in a new series of baby-focused novelty books designed for children under 3. She joins us this morning to share why she loves writing for kids. Welcome, Sandra.
Hello. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, I was enjoying this book, and it has all of the adorable names that we call our little babies. What inspired you to create this series?
Well, I'm going to be a grandma this year. So I was really looking forward to creating books that I could share with my own little baby. I've been creating books for over 25 years, and I really felt that not only because I'm going to be a grandma, but I felt like it was time for me to really focus on the littlest of the littles. I think that welcoming a new baby into our families is just an important and, special and just incredible time in the life of a family. And so I really wanted to focus on that time and speak to little babies and their families and as they grow to be all they're meant to be. So I bring with these ideas not only my writing and my illustration, but I was also an art therapist for many, many years. So the understanding I have of child development and human development, it's all sort of woven into this series.
I love that. And congratulations on you becoming a new grandma. So I was looking through the book, and you're mentioning your artwork as an art therapist too. Your messages are really beautiful. And why do you think it's important to create books that are fun for both the kids and the adults that are reading them?
Sure. As we know, it's the adults who buy the books, so they need to be equally as engaged and interested. And, we're giving them in so many ways these tools to continue to build very deep bonds, emotional connections with their little ones. So, my books are playful, they're fun, they're funny, and it really gives that caregiver the tools to use them with the child that they're reading with. A lot of my books have songs in them. The illustrations in Hello Baby are very new and fresh to all of my books in that they're large images, big eyes. The backgrounds are big, bold colors so that a child can begin to identify the little deer or the little pumpkin or the little stinker, all the terms of endearment that we call our children. But then we also call them hope, and we also call them dreams. So the book ends with a big heart with a mirror where they can see themselves in it, knowing that they really are just at the heart of the family. And we're so happy that they're here.
It is so adorable because on the back too, it also gives you to and from, and you could send this as a really great gift. In an age where we're filled with digital devices and electronic toys, can you speak to a little bit about why it's so important for us to have books?
Absolutely. We know the scientific evidence is clear that when a baby is born from age 0 to 3, the brain develops faster and more completely than it does the entire time a baby is alive. It is the essential time for brain development. And babies are growing both cognitively with all the skills, language, visual skills, motor skills, but they're also growing emotionally. Tablets, phones, the TV. Do not engage the child in a sensory way where they're touching and feeling and sitting next to someone who is reading and engaging with them. It's that interaction that is so powerful and so strong and helps that child with all of the development so that they can grow to be all they're meant to be. Books are simply an absolute essential tool for helping your child grow and develop in all the ways that they can grow and develop.
And Sandra, last question. How do you hope that your grandbabies will remember this book?
Well, I can't wait. I hope they remember sitting and reading and all the lovely little names that we may call them, and just being together and really sharing our first book together. It's a wonderful book, and there's spaces in it to be able to write little messages. So if you know. We shared it at a baby shower. You know, people can write little net messages. So it's all about love and knowing that they're a member of a family as they become a member of the human race. And I think that's the biggest message that I want to give to a child. I want them to know that they have been loved and they are loved.
Well, thank you so much. And tell us how we can follow you and learn more about the book.
Well, Scholastic has a wonderful website. I also have a website. It's my name, Sandra Magsamen. Always, updated Instagram, all those things too, both Scholastic and myself. And the books are really anywhere you'd like to buy your books or borrow your books, libraries, independent bookstores, online, anywhere that you enjoy buying books.
Sandra Magsamen, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
We're clear. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Fine. Okay, excellent. Perfect. Okay, yep, we'll stay on. Is that okay, or do you want us to log back in? Okay, great.
We'll be connected here.
Okay, that's fine.
FaceTime.
That sounds good. Okay.
Do you see the prompter?
I see the prompter and hold on. Okay. I see the prompter
Great, okay. So you should be able to see the
and right now I see the rundown.
grid.
Yep.
Okay, that's good.
Perfect.
Sorry, Olive was acting up. I just ran her upstairs.
I guess Olive just wanted to be part of the media tour.
Yeah, she was like, who are these people? And she started talking and scratching. I'm like, oh no, here you go.
That's great because she probably hears unfamiliar voices and she's like, wait,
Yes, she's like,
I didn't
"What
see
is this?"
them.
Yeah.
It probably freaks the dog out too because she's like, wait, I could hear the voice, but I don't see the people.
And I'm like trying to keep her head down so she doesn't keep popping up. Like, that's not going to work.
Did I tell you the story? I was working with Karen Slaughter one time and the media tour like this, and her cat somehow opened the door to her office, jumped on and started walking in front of her computer, spilling her tea, and then just walked right out during a live television interview.
God.
So she actually, the cat did spill some tea on her and then she just quickly changed her shirt. But that's what cats do, and dogs do the same, but in a barking fashion.
Oh yeah. Well, and Olive likes to scratch the sofa. So I put her down and then she starts scratching. I'm like, oh my gosh. I'm like trying to listen to the question and stop, so I'm like, that's not going to work.
It's all good now. Now we're going to the next TV. You're going to be speaking to Rudy in Chicago.
Okay.
And this is pre-recorded as well, but he tapes it as if it's live. So and the last interview, there were some issues with showing you what April looked like, but with this one, you should be able to see Rudy. So it'll pop up in that
recording
screen,
in progress.
There we go.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, Rudy. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. How about yourself?
Thank you. Well, very well.
Sandra Magsman is the best-selling creator and has a new series, Hello Baby. It's a series of board and novelty books for children. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you for having me on. I'm delighted to be here.
Let's talk a little bit about that zero, from newborn to 3-year-old time frame as far as reading, introduction to reading, and getting to just, feel the books and, what that process looks like.
Well, there couldn't be a more important time to read to a child. The time from 0 to 3, we know from the data from scientists, are the most important times in the brain development. It's the time of life where our brains grow the most. They develop the most, both cognitively and emotionally. So reading is essential at this age. Any kind of interactivity with the book, sensory engagement, singing, dancing, tickling, all of those things that we do that tell a child we love them are the things that child needs at that time to really grow the brain so it can grow to be everything it's meant to be.
Let's talk a little bit about the new series that you have.
Okay. Well, it's called Hello Baby.
About Hello Baby, and then what we're going to see in this new series of books.
Well, it's really for babies. We're really saying hello to the newest member of the human race. The books are a big hug to them. They're filled with all kinds of engagement so that the child will be engaging and interacting with sensory touch and feel pieces. Lift the flap. There's a mirror at the end of the Hello Baby book so the baby can see themselves. And in this first book, all the terms of endearment that we like to share with our baby. We can call them little peanut, little pumpkin, little stinker, and they're also our hopes and our dreams. So it's a way to really engage in a fun and playful way with the baby and let them know that we love them and we're so glad they're here.
Let's talk a little bit about parenthood. And obviously, we live in a digital world, and it's a little tough to, have that book time when, they have these same sort of, books and processes on digital, and some parents just kind of naturally go to that because they're like, we're living in 2026, we're living in the future, but really kind of going back to books and, the importance of them, especially in this digital world.
Absolutely. The whole digital world is important and it is the future. There's a lot of benefits there with tablets and phones and screens. No questioning that. But what's also really important, for all of us, and certainly for babies, as we just discussed, the brain development, is that contact, sitting next to a person, engaged in the same activity together, heart to heart, reading, learning, exploring. We know that attention span in children is much improved if they're early readers. We know their cognitive skills are much improved. Their social emotional life is much improved because they have that bonding skill. Their cognition is growing. They're not engaged early on with lights and sounds and movement. They're engaged in touch and feel and belonging. That's the essential difference. It couldn't be more important to read to young children and to read with young children.
And especially during that 0 to 3 time frame, obviously, you think of putting your toddler to sleep and you think like, all right, let's read a bedtime story. And I think so much is associated with good night. How many times should we be reading to that 0 to 3 age group?
As often as possible. I mean, I think, there's even some research showing that reading to babies who are still in utero is useful. They learn the voice, they learn the sound, they learn the rhythm of the people in their life. Reading, is just, it couldn't be more important because, reading also, we have books where you're reading, but you're also singing, you're also tickling. I mean, it's really it's the sensory components that are so important. Bedtime is, of course, a wonderful time. Bath time is a wonderful time. Nap time, playtime. One of the books we're going to be doing is for playtime, where they call it tummy time, where the baby is learning to stretch and build the muscles in their neck and they're laying on their tummy. There's a book that'll be very engaging and textural with fabrics for tails and ears and those sorts of things. So there isn't a time not to read, I think. Books are just useful and really helpful for babies at all times.
And one of the coolest things that I've been able to experience is having a toddler out of that 0 to 3 age range is we read so much to her. And and I think it's also too, I think you got to go through this with gymnastics and swimming and any type of sport is you put them in a class and you're like, they're learning this one skill, we don't see them playing yet, and they're like, well, you have to build upon all these things, and then you see them hit 4 years old and then they can read a word, they can point out numbers. And it's just the coolest thing because it's really like that satisfactory moment of we read so much during that time and now we get to see the benefits once they turn 4 years old, 5 years old of them loving to read, them picking out a book. And, I think a pride moment as a dad is when it's like, hey, you got 30 minutes to have your choice time, you can have fun. And they go for the book versus going to like a tablet or a TV.
That's so well put. They really are building, as you're modeling ways to have a full life and a full experience. You're building the curiosity in them. You're building their intelligence. You're building their ability to have emotional relationships. And initially, babies aren't, they can tell us how they're feeling by their sounds and their, their crying or not crying, but they're really nonverbal. But they're picking it all up. And eventually when they're able to communicate, you get, all of the joy of seeing what that foundation that you laid was. And it's incredible. Yeah.
It is it's one of the best feelings. And as far as Hello Baby, let people know where they can go ahead and find the new series.
Wherever they love to buy books and explore books, libraries will have them, online retailers, your independent shops in your neighborhood, the large box stores, it's really been embraced. I'm now making books for 25 years. So we have wonderful, wonderful relationships with lots of places where books are sold. And they're looking forward to sharing these books with families.
Wonderful. Well, much success with the new series. Thank you so much for all the work that you do. And Sandra, thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you so much. It's been a real pleasure.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take care.
Thanks, Rudy.
You too. Bye.
Bye-bye.
On to our next one. So we'll do one more television interview. You'll be speaking to James out of St. Louis.
Okay.
And then from there, we're going to do Dan Skinner, who you've interviewed in the past.
Yes.
The most quintessential NPR radio voice.
I love him. It's great.
He's so good. Exactly. And he loves books and he's a grandfather. So it's perfect audience.
Perfect.
Yeah. So basically we're going to be doing 2 radio back-to-back, another TV, and then 2 more, and then we conclude.
Okay. And is this this is TV now?
This will be television now. Yep.
Okay.
So again, you'll be speaking to James. Sorry, I know you're looking at our schedule up there, but we're going to pop up James as soon as we're connected with him.
Great.
Actually, we have about 5 minutes right now. So
Okay.
because he's expecting our call at 10:30. So
Okay.
we're in good shape right now.
Okay. Let me just highlight this. It's interesting the themes that are coming up, for sure. Certainly the phone and the digital world, you know, also why now? Um, uh, what is the other one that what do you want children to remember? Um, oh, and why 0 to 3? Why books matter? Why
Yeah.
books matter? I don't think one person hasn't asked me that.
Yep.
That makes me, you know, like when I talk to Seal and, you know, you do too, I think one of those themes that Scholastic, it would be really important for them to talk with their marketing teams is to get out there why books matter to children. You know, I think we have to continue to re-educate and educate the public, you know, especially with the statistics that you shared.
Yeah, I mean, those
And
are
it's
scary.
interesting in contrast. I'm going to have Hannah do something with, you know, why read books and compared to the digital. You know, I don't want to put digital down. I want to put that down, but I want to show the difference in the skills, the skill development, different skills completely.
And that's, yeah, I mean, that statistic is very scary.
Yeah.
And, you know, reversing that is going to be very difficult to do.
Yeah.
But you can reverse it by starting early. So that's the other,
Yes,
you know.
absolutely. Like he just said, now I see the benefits of it. You know,
Yeah.
I'm laying the foundation. I didn't know for a while. Was it really working? Yeah, it really was
Yeah,
working.
exactly. And also, I mean, obviously reversing that, parents, I mean, or new parents, you know, those. So now you're looking at parents who are growing up with digital devices.
Yeah.
So like, you know, I'm Gen X. So I did not have digital devices until I had kids, right? So like, you know, my first phone was when I was working and it was a flip phone, right? And you can barely do texting. No one texted then. And then eventually you get to a BlackBerry, but that's like so late in the game.
Yeah.
But now these generations of new parents are ones who had always had cell phones
That's right. That's
and
right.
living in this digital world. And I think they probably did have parents who were still big readers and so forth. So it's like literally it's one generation building upon the other. So
Right.
now the question is this generation that was fully submersed in digital stuff when they have children.
Right.
Not
Will
this.
they read?
Yeah. 'Cause I feel like
Will my granddaughter's children read?
Yes.
Now, probably because my granddaughter will read.
Yes. Yes.
But for those who aren't reading, and this will be that generation,
Yeah.
a fair amount might not read.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I mean, and as every generation, you know, you have both your feet in both analog and digital. You know, I think that's Gen X right there, analog and digital. The millennials who come afterwards are still a little, they have one toe still in the analog, but mostly digital. And then eventually that next generation, which is that Gen Z, is completely in the digital world, right?
Well, and then we also have layer this on top of that. Infertility rates are going through the roof. So how many babies will there be born in conventional or non-conventional ways in the next 2-3 generations?
True.
You know, and you know, there's you know, whether it's plastics, whether it's the GMOs in the food, the infertility rates all over the world are sky high. I mean, you know, like our daughter's a great example of that. You know, I mean, in our circle of friends, you know, 2 out of 5 have had to do IVF and or surrogate. So it's growing all the time.
That is scary. Yeah. Yeah. And as people also tend to have children later in life too. That's the
True
other.
that. Yeah,
Yeah,
if layer
other
that
reason
on.
too.
Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
So it is curious. My mind always goes to books that I read that are sci-fi stuff. I just finished TJ Klune's book, where there was a black hole
Yeah.
that was discovered and it's slowly eating all the planets.
Oh, well, there you go. We can have that. There's
So
that.
my mind went to that because there's like this black hole, and it's a shorter novel that he wrote, but it's like the black hole just ate Jupiter, and they're trying to get somewhere, and then all of a sudden the black hole just ate the next planet, and like, and I'm just like, or we could just end that way.
Right. Or and where's the black hole going? What's there? Right. You know, is there a whole other universe out there? You know, we don't know.
I always
Uh,
think, yeah, it's like
yeah.
when will those aliens invade?
That's right. That's right. Where are they now? Right. Are they watching? Yeah.
And laughing, no?
That's right. Yeah. Yeah. Are we like, are they moving us around on a little checkerboard?
Right? Yes, we don't want to go to that planet Earth just yet.
Not yet. Right.
But no, it is curious to see where we'll fall, right? Like,
I know.
you know,
Yeah.
yeah.
Those are all, yeah. It's crazy. Yeah, but I think, you know, like that, those are the kinds of, you know, like in terms of the business model with Scholastic, like these are the things people are, you know, like are asking every single person, you know, why is a book better than digital?
Yeah.
You know, that's so important, you know, like, I mean, big time. You know,
Yeah.
and really comparing and contrasting.
Yeah.
Why, you know, read to a young child? What are the benefits there? Is it okay to do digital too? You know, I mean, I'm not giving anybody permission. I'm just saying they're very different, you know, like
Yes, the tactile versus, I mean,
yeah.
it is true. I mean, I'm a big reader, and I tend to read mostly on my Nook, only
Do you?
because I read so much that I like having
Right.
5 books in one. But then I also do have a physical book that I also read. So I'm reading 3 things at a time. I'm listening, reading on a digital device, and have a physical book.
Yeah.
But I
Mhm.
think I'm an anomaly.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, my point is like, even if you're reading something, a book, even if it's on a digital device, if that's still reading to me.
Oh
And
yeah,
that's the
100%.
thing people are not doing as much because they're just scrolling and they're looking at like quick little things.
Yeah.
So as
Yeah.
long as you're sitting down and spending that 15 minutes of actual reading,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter if it's on a digital device or if it's an actual book.
Doesn't matter. Maybe it doesn't matter. I mean, it matters for children because
Yes.
they're not getting the sensory input. You already have your sensory
Mhm.
experiences.
Yes.
But I don't think it matters for adults. I don't like it. I can't. I like a page. I like to turn a page. You know, like
Mhm.
so. I'm a big library girl. I mean, my
Mhm.
library here is incredible. I don't buy as many books as I did because I don't have room for them anymore.
Yeah.
I've given away a library of books, and now my
Mhm.
husband's like, "You're collecting another library of
Yeah.
books." Like, I know, but I really need that one. But I share it with my friends, and then
Yeah.
it goes out again. But the library has become a huge resource for me
Oh,
because I just
absolutely.
can't collect as many books. We sold a house, you know, when our daughter grew up, when we moved to Vermont. I'm like, oh my God, I never want to pack that much stuff up again. I mean, I just, you know, books I collect and collect and
Mhm.
collect. So I have to be careful with that. But I love a book. I love everything about it.
Mhm.
Love
I love the
oh,
smell of books. I love walking into a bookstore. They have that
me
mint smell.
too. The smell is amazing.
It
Yeah.
is, it is.
Yeah.
I could just get lost in bookstores. Whenever we go traveling abroad, I always try to look for a bookstore,
Oh yeah.
because I love seeing the titles of books that I've read
Yeah.
in my native language. It's
Yeah.
so unique to me.
Well, and it's also slow. You know, the world is so fast that it's there's really a slow living component to a bookstore. It's not, you know, it's quiet, it's fast. It's not, you know, like the word I hate going into a restaurant with 7 television screens behind the bar. You know, I'm just like, I can't eat. You know, it's so much going on. And so I like my nook is a bookstore. You know, I create little nooks around the house to read because I just
Mhm.
love that slowness and taking away the, you know, I put my phone away. I don't have my phone. I don't check my phone. I'm getting further and further away from my phone. Actually, I'm like I resent it. You know, I'm like,
Mhm.
oh God, I got to look that. I have to see that today. You know, and not even work, just you know, all the other things I have going on in life. You know, I'm like, I don't want to text
Well, you
back
get
today.
like I get agita when I have a lot of messages that I haven't looked at, like on my, and you're like, oh my God, I gotta catch up
I-
on that. Or like all those push notifications that come on your phone because like,
oh
you
yeah,
know, so and so just sent you a notification, there's a sale or something like, and you're like, it's just too much.
yeah. See, it's coming
But
at you. You're
we
not
don't
coming
have
at
James
it.
yet, do we? Sorry,
No,
Samuel.
sorry, no, we have been trying to get into the Zoom for the next station. They just haven't let us in yet.
Okay, yeah.
We're 2 minutes late now, so
I'll give James a call. Yeah, hold on, Sandra. I'm just gonna mute my line here while I call
Sure.
James.
Okay. What's that?
He is joining in a minute.
Okay.
He had marked down the wrong time, but he is happy to. I'm glad I called him. And it was just, yes, so all good to go.
Super. Thank you.
And this will be television. And then from there, we move on to Dan Skinner, which will be, it will be audio only, but he has, as you know, his YouTube channel called The Kids Bookshelf.
Yeah.
So he'll be recording the video part too. So we
Super.
can pretend that that's a TV interview.
Okay, good.
So
Yeah,
this
I
one
love
will
him.
be James in St. Louis, and then we'll go to Dan, Kansas Public Radio, which will also consider like that TV.
Great.
Recording in progress.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Good.
How about you?
very, very well. Thank you.
Good. Oh. I have a very interesting booking for today. It's called Hello Baby. And speaking of Hello Baby, good morning, Sandra. How are you?
Good morning to you. Hello.
Hello. So this is a new baby book you got out. So this is the first of your new series of baby-focused board and novelty books designed for children. What inspired you to create Hello Baby, and why now do you feel like it's the right time to launch this series?
Well, I have been writing for children for about 25 years. I have never really written directly to a baby, but I feel like in the world today and, like just families and, I just feel like it's so important to let the newest member of the human race know that they matter, that they're important, that they are our hopes and our dreams. And we're looking forward to just giving them a big hug and saying, hello, we welcome you into our family. So secondly, I'm going to be a grandmom this year. So I've got a bunch of stuff rolling together there that I'm really excited about. And so this is sort of my journey too, where I am. It's waited a long time, and now I'm going to get to be a grandma, and I'm just thrilled. And I want to share, those experiences with my readers and families, and the joy and the love and the anticipation of it all. So this is the beginning of that journey for me and for my readers.
Congratulations on being a grandmother.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations. Now, your books often combine comforting messages with beautiful artwork. How do you approach creating a book that appeals not only to babies and toddlers, but also to the adults who are reading with them?
Well, they really go hand in hand. I think Dr. Seuss said many, many years ago, and more eloquently than I can, that he never really wrote to a child. He writes to anybody who is a reader. And that's what I do. My books have themes and messages and ideas that are universal. They're about kindness and friendship and love and connectedness and, human experience. And I think that now, after all these years, readers have come to know my imagery. They've come to know my themes. I hope I'm trusted in their families and in their households. So, I'm, working with all of that now as we move forward with the baby books. And it's, I'm writing for everyone. These themes don't go away when we grow up, they stay with us. So it's really all about that. This book is filled with terms of endearment. You're my little peanut, my pumpkin, my honey bunny, my little stinker, all of those things. And I think, it's about seeing a human being, and throughout our lives, we all want to be seen and loved. So
That's the page
never
I'm
stop.
on right now. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're my little peanut.
Yeah. Now, you clearly have a special place in your heart for little ones. Why was it meaningful to you to concentrate on this age group?
Well, yeah, I've always been an artist. And when I finished my graduate work in art, I wanted to become an art therapist because I found personally that I communicated through art and words together. That was just the way that communication was for me. And I came to understand that many people are, in the same way, in needing multiple ways to communicate and connect. So as a therapist, I worked with families and children and all sorts of folks. And I really came to learn that if a child can, in those first few years of life, build up cognition. We know that from all the scientists, the first 3 years in life are the time the brain grows the most. So we need to give those kids the most sensory driven experiences through reading and songs and tickling and play, all of those things. And at the same time, build that social emotional connection. And it starts with sitting and singing to a child and hugging a child and reading to a child. If we can affect a child's life at that age, we really give every child the opportunity to grow to be all they're meant to be. And that's really important to me. And it's important to most everyone. So I'm trying to develop books that really give parents and caregivers tools to do that.
It's very interesting because in an age filled with digital devices and electronic toys for all ages, do you think a child's hands-on experience with a book is more important than ever?
I do. I 1,000% do. There's certainly a need in our lives for the digital devices, for phones and tablets and televisions. There's nothing wrong with that. It's an important tool and it's a technology that will drive the future. However, books are a tactile, sensory experience that help a child build their cognition and their social skills. All of those developmental milestones come from that child engaging with a book, where when you're looking at a digital device for a child, the device is engaging with the child. It's the sound, it's the beep, it's the lights. That's fine. Developmentally, the child will move into that. But early on, having a child have these sensory experiences really help those brain cells to develop and grow. And we need that. We need that for a child. There couldn't be a more important tool for a baby and a growing child than a book. It's essential.
I agree with you on that. Now, you've inspired generations of readers through your work. For viewers who are just discovering the Hello Baby series, what makes these books unique, and what do you hope children who grew up with them will remember most?
Well, my books are really known for being interactive, my board books with Scholastic. So whether there's ears or tails or things that they can hold on to, there's an exploration. There's a sense of encouraging a child to be curious and engage, all the while being told that they can be anything they want to be. They can grow to be all they're meant to be. These books are similar in that sensory play is so important. And it's also woven in that they are anticipated, they are loved, they are about to become a member of the human race and of a family. And if anything, I hope that child knows that they are wanted and loved and accepted. And that could be no better message to me, to a child, that they are loved and they have a place to call home.
Sandra, you have to forgive me on this. It almost sounds like a message also for preteens too. That's what it sounds like too.
Yeah, and maybe for the world. That we matter. We matter to each other. We are part of the human race, right?
I agree with you
so
on
there
that.
it is for all of us. Yeah.
Sandra, thank you so much for joining us. The book is called Hello Baby. Where can we get the book?
Wherever you love to buy books or wherever you borrow books, the libraries are so supportive, online retailers in your neighborhood, the independent stores, your neighbors, or, the store with the big signs on them down the road, they have them too.
Sandra, thank you again for joining us today. I appreciate it.
It's been my pleasure. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Congratulations again on being a grandmother.
Well, thank you. I'm very excited. The universe worked out in the most incredible way. I'm like, yay.
Hi, Sandra.
Lovely to meet you. Thank you.
Nice meeting you.
I'm glad we got a hold of him. Up
Yeah,
next
what a
is
nice
Dan.
man.
And again, just you'll get to see Dan, and he'll be recording this for his kids bookshelf as well.
Super.
So we'll get him on right now.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Hi.
Hi, Dan. This is the producer. How
Okay.
long do you plan to speak to Sandra for?
I think we booked 15 minutes, but if you need me to be out sooner, I
Oh,
can.
sorry, we don't hear you yet. Sorry, 1 second.
Okay. I'll just keep talking to you. Know you're hearing me.
I hear
Yeah,
you, Dan.
okay.
Do you hear Sandra? Sandra, do you hear Dan?
Yes, I hear Dan. Hi,
Yeah,
Dan.
I can hear her.
And
So,
you have 15 minutes, Dan. No worries. Our next interview is not until 11:05 Eastern time.
okay. Well, I'll get you out at the top of the hour. Cool. All right. So we roll. So we go. So first of all, Sandra, good to talk with you again.
So great to see you.
Let me hit record on my end because that's also a great place to start. All right. Okay. So I'll give you an appropriate introduction when I post-produce this, but just double checking it's Meg Salmon, right?
That's right.
Okay. Make sure I got the accent on the right syllable. All right. So let me just say, Sandra, welcome to the program.
Thank you. I'm delighted to be here.
Well, tell us about the inspiration for this latest board book, Hello Baby.
Well, I have been writing books for children for about 25 years. I've never really written specifically for infants. And I felt like it was time to do that. Infants and babies, are, these special joys that come into our lives. And they, just the families are anticipating it, they're waiting. And when that baby comes, it just changes the whole fabric of the family. So I really wanted to write to that. And I wanted to welcome the baby with big hugs and, as the newest member of the human race. So this book is filled with all of those wonderful, endearing terms that we call babies, like little peanut, little pumpkin, little stinker, but they're also our hopes and our dreams for the future. So I really wanted to weave that into the book and share just this great joy and great love for the little baby. And at the same time, this year I'm going to become a grandmom, so I'm really excited about creating books for my grandchild as well. So it's sort of been one of those magical years in publishing for me to be able to do both at the same time.
As you mentioned, this is filled with all those phrases. As you're reading the book to the baby, you're telling them about how special they are. And at the very end, there's a mirror. So you see, so in a way, you've actually included a picture of everyone's baby in every book.
Exactly. And the baby sees themselves, which is lovely. We've seen the baby, throughout we're seeing it and welcoming it. And now it sees itself and it sees how important it really is in our family. So that was important to me. And as you know, it's my work as an art therapist. We know that this time in the development of a baby couldn't be more important. 0 to 3, that brain is growing as much as it ever will, as fast as it ever will in that child's life. So really bringing books to that child at that age couldn't be more valuable. And so that was a really important, decision when I really decided I wanted to write for the littlest of the littles. I really wanted to encourage parents to read all the time with the child and really bring them into the world with that reading mindset.
So you're helping them with their mental development, but it helps bond the child with the parent.
Social connections, bonding is huge. So we have the cognitive development going on, and we have that social development going on, the social emotional development. And books are just that conduit, that tool to do that. The baby's in our arms while we're reading. As it gets a little bigger, it's sitting next to us, so it's a heart-to-heart relationship, and you're engaging in something together, in turning the pages and pointing at pictures, at laughing and enjoying the content of the book. And then the reveal at the end, having the baby see himself or herself, is just so special. And we know babies love to look at mirrors, so it really does work.
So as you pointed out, you've been creating books for decades, over 75 books for kids.
Mhm.
What is it that you enjoy about creating these books for children?
Well, I love creating books. I mean, there's so many answers that I could tell you. I mean, that's a whole thing, but the idea of identifying themes, messages, ideas that I think will help a child come to trust themselves, have agency, negotiate the world in a way that makes them feel proud, and that they can participate and build friendships and meaningful relationships. There's so many themes that I want to share with children that, it's such a creative, complex journey, because I'm identifying the themes that I know are important for children as a therapist, as a mother, as a human being. And at the same time, I'm identifying how I want to communicate that in a book, whether it's a picture book, whether it's a board book, whether it's a novelty board book. And then within that, what are the characteristics of the illustration style? What's the language? Is it rhyming? What is the novelty component? Like, for example, I did a book recently called I Whaley Love You. I knew I had to have the whale's tail coming out of the top of it. So how do you integrate the theme and then the illustration and the construct of the book so that the book is the most meaningful and carries that message in the most meaningful way? It is a challenge. It is creatively interesting. My curiosity is always spiked. And I love working on these projects. And at Scholastic, there's an incredible team that I work with there, from editorial to production to marketing to everything we do. You just can't imagine how many pieces come together. It's a whole team of people that I get to work with in a collaborative way. So it's really wonderful for an artist to have these experiences to make these books. So I make books. I want to change lives. I want to help a life. I want to bring something to a life that gives it something that helps them and helps them be all they're meant to be. It's a complex answer, but it's very multi-layered, I think, being a creator and writing books.
Well, as you've got the books, but there are other creative endeavors that you do as well. I wanted to give you a chance to talk a little bit about that underlying philosophy you have about why you do all of this.
Well, I've always said, I talk to a lot of artists, a lot of young artists or writers, and, I always say, what is your mission? What do you want to do? And a long, long time ago, long before I was, writing books, when I was really a therapist, I realized that my mission was to help people connect one heart at a time and to connect to themselves. So that's always my mission. Every single thing I do, if that mission statement somehow doesn't relate in some way, then I'm not on the right path. So this book certainly helps the heart of the parent, the heart of the grandparent, the heart of the siblings, the heart of the educator, to connect with that new member of the human race. So this certainly fits within my mission. That's the thing. I think as human beings, the more connected we feel, the more seen we feel, the more valuable we feel, the more we can become who we're meant to be and to grow to be like incredible human beings. And more than ever, I don't think we see each other. We're rushing, life is fast, there's so much going on, and we don't honor and see and respect each other. So from the time a baby is born, I want that to be the message, that you're seen, you're valued, you're part of our family and you belong. And so if that message gets through in this book, then I'm very, very happy. And that book will have done its job for me.
Well, Sandra, for those who would like to learn more about you, your books, and your other creative projects, is there a website you can direct them to?
Sure, absolutely. I have a website. It's my name, sandramagsalmon.com. Scholastic has a beautiful website that details lots of the works, almost all of the work that we've done together the last 25 years. And those are the two best sites. I also have an Instagram site that's sort of updated, every couple days, showing what I'm working on. And there's that. That Instagram is just also my name. Facebook as well. So yeah, I'm all around.
Well, congratulations on this latest book. What's next for you?
Well, this is going to be the first in a series of books, really dedicated to the baby's life, the day in the life of a baby. So there's going to be books that are really sensory driven with touch and feel and lift the flaps and all kinds of engagement for when the child is in their playtime, in tummy time, when they're sleeping, bath time, really continuing this gentle, slow unfolding of that child's life. Some documentation for milestones and those sorts of things too. So we're really looking at just being with baby for those first 3 years.
Well, this current book is Hello Baby. It's by Sandra Magsalmon. Sandra, thank you very much for talking with me today.
It's my pleasure. Thank you. It's always a pleasure to be with you.
All right. Looks like we got you in under the radar here, or under the time
Thank
limit.
you.
Things are still uploading on my end, but they should be done in just a moment. So very good. Everything's good on my end. So thank you very much. Thank you to the studio crew. And
Thank you.
hopefully I'll talk
So
with you
great to
again.
see you.
Good to see you
Thank you
too.
so much.
All
Take
right.
care.
Bye-bye.
Next, we've got Arrow Collins. Remember Arrow? He's like so exuberant.
Gosh, I don't remember Arrow.
Oh, I think once he gets on the phone,
Okay.
you'll remember him.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Super.
So, you'll know Arrow. I feel like he's so energetic. So he's on the phone. He interviewed you for 100 words to say I love you. So
He's not from New Orleans, no?
oh no, that's Eric Alexander.
Yeah, he's because
Eric
he's
is
animated.
he's taking a break right now because it's summer and he's got 3 kids. So
Yes,
he's
yes.
on hiatus right now.
Okay.
That's why he's not on our schedule. But yes, Arrow is out of Charlotte and he's with iHeartRadio and he's definitely very, very exuberant. You'll know
As soon as I see him. Yeah. Okay.
You'll
Great.
hear him. It's a
Is
radio.
this radio or TV?
This is radio.
Okay. Super.
Yep.
Okay.
And then after that, we're going to go to a Tampa interview, and that will be our last technical TV interview. Though we do have a couple more, like Zooms and stuff for podcasts.
Okay.
Yes.
So really 2 more after this.
Yeah, actually, yeah, we'd have a nice little break after the next TV interview at about 11:30. We'll have about a half-hour break.
Okay. Great.
Yeah, and then we'll rejoin, and you'll do 2 more interviews for the last hour.
It's so crazy that it's not even 11 o'clock.
Right? We've done so many.
Right. It's like, is it 2 o'clock in the afternoon?
It does really mess up your time when you do these media tours, especially when you start early and then like around 10:30, you're like, so what should I be having for lunch?
Exactly. I know. Yeah.
Usually
Yeah,
when I'm in the studio at about 10:30 is when I start asking the crew, what does everyone want for lunch?
And they're like, well, yeah, it's not lunchtime.
But when everyone comes in at like 7 a.m. or whatever, so
Yeah. Oh no, I was up at 6 this morning. My husband took a train into New York this morning to drive to Albany. So I was like up early, helping him get out of the house and just making sure I had a plan for quiet because our daughter and husband have moved up, and so it can be very noisy with the dogs. So I'm like, we need a plan this morning.
Yep. So he actually takes the what is that? I forget the name of that train, the one that goes on the Hudson River from
The Vermonter.
The Vermonter. Okay. So does he drive to Albany to take it?
It takes about 40 minutes to go to Albany, right to
Okay.
the train station, hops on, and it's 2 hours and 20 minutes.
Oh, okay.
To Moynihan Station. Oh,
That's great.
I thought I had hold on, let me turn my I'm getting oh, that was a thing. Okay, I'm gonna turn that off. I got something saying I had a call coming, but it was Scholastic, and they know I can't do it because I had turned my.
Why are they calling you? They know you're on a media tour.
I know. I'm making sure my mail is off completely and my messaging is off completely.
And I'll shoot a quick email to let. I did not send an email. I usually send a quick email, but with all of the little technical things this morning, I forgot to. I'll just say underway. Hello, baby. I just quickly sent an email to Dua and to Seal to let him know that all is going well.
Oh, great.
Okay, so we're calling out to him in about a minute.
Okay.
And I'll let you know if they said anything. Okay. So when is your daughter due?
In December.
Oh, that's
And,
right.
we're going to welcome the baby via surrogate. So she's in Utah.
Okay.
So our daughter can't carry. And
That's right. You were gonna drive back. That's
driving
right.
back. Yeah. So this is a 4-year journey. She started with IVF 4 years ago. So,
Wow.
so it'll be 4.5 years from the time we actually have the little baby. So I've been going on Chat GPT, asking it to give me all kinds of ways to get across the country and where to stay and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
we're starting to think about that. But the baby's 17 weeks this week. So
Okay.
they're flying out to Utah on the 20th to, spend more time with the surrogate. And they have it's a big sonogram at 20 weeks, where it's a very detail oriented one. So they're going to be out there for that. And they've invited my husband and I to go out with them to bring the baby home. So
That's
we're
great.
very excited. And they're going to stay here. They're going to be living in New York mostly. Her husband works on Wall Street. So they have a little apartment there. But we made a little apartment for them here.
Oh, that's great. Yes. Okay,
Sure.
here we go.
Hi, Arrow.
How are you doing today?
I'm great. How are you?
absolutely excited to share another conversation with you because you just have this way of releasing books at the absolute perfect time. And Hello Baby is coming into my life when my neighbors across the street, who I mean Garrick and Hannah, for all these years have gotten your books from me, and all of a sudden I now give them Hello Baby, and they're going, "How did she know?" And I'm going, "I don't know. I don't know."
I love that.
And so I've got to ask you, how did you know that they were going to have a baby over there inside their home? So now baby makes 3, and you're coming with this book for them to say, this is the way it's going to be. Oh my God, I can see myself in the mirror. And you are so in touch.
Oh, I love, well, my great grandfather did invent the Ouija board. I have a little bit of something somewhere.
Art of simplicity with your illustrator and everything. What I love is the fact is that it's almost like you can see us. Like the days, and this is probably going to date me big time. You remind me of the host of Romper Room when I was a kid. She made me feel like that she could physically see me, and that's what I get out of your books, that you can see me.
Well, I love that. Wasn't that Miss Sally?
I think it was. Yes, it was. So
Yeah.
then, yes.
Yes. No, I really feel very strongly that, one of the most important things about being a human being is to be seen and accepted and loved. So this book is really about welcoming the newest member of the human race with a message that we've been waiting for you. We've anticipated you. You are our hope and our dream, and we see you and we love you. So that's what this book is all about. You have just nailed it completely.
Well, there's going to be adults that are going to pick up this book and they're going to giggle and laugh, because I had my moment too. Is I would love to be a fly on the wall when people come across, "You're our little stinker." We've all been through that moment. And you just sit there and you just laugh, because now all of a sudden your memories of your grandparents are hitting you. And then, of course, your neighbor who called you a stinker and all that kind of stuff. It's like you picked the right word.
Yeah. Oh, well, thank you. Well, yeah, these are all the terms of endearment. And plus, I'm already hearing from parents, well, we call our baby this, we call her this. Of course, my daughter, we called her our little boo-boo, because when I was carrying her, she would kick me so much, it would be a boo-boo every time. So she's still my little boo-boo. And we all have those words where we just begin to embrace and wrap our love around the little one. And these are the words that we universally use. And I love sharing them and reminding people how important they are.
Well, in the beauty of what you do, it's almost like, and I'm going to be very open and honest with you, and I'm sure I'm not the only one. These are words inside Hello Baby that I wish my mother would have said to me. And I think that a lot of adults are going to get this and they're going to feel this and go, yes, I've heard it, and now I see it in this book. I feel something now, because she really did understand that I needed to hear just a few short words, that it was enough for me to really have a better day.
Yeah, and that you were valued, and that you were hers, and that you mattered, and like the love just spills out in all these ways, and that's the whole point of it. It really is a love song to say hello, and it's a hug and an embrace, and it starts that baby off on our planet with surrounded by family that loves and embraces them. And what could be better? What do we need more of today for all the children on the planet, is them to know that we see them and we love them, and we care for them. And, God, I hope you're listening, that they're safe. So important.
Well, the one of the things that I giggled about as well in this book is that I really did envision people who have pets, their dogs, their cats, even their birds. They're going to read this book to them, because in our lives, those fuzzy little babies are really a part of our family, like children as well.
There are fur babies, of course. Absolutely. Yes, I have a 16-year-old fur baby who is just, the love of our lives. We adore her. She's our little stinker.
Listen to you. Now, the mirror. I was shocked when I saw the mirror. And what was the inspiration? Did it start out as the opening of the book in the way you're going, okay, so I've got to build this story, and the mirror is the crescendo. It is that one moment where the baby or the child or somebody looks into that mirror and sees themselves in a much better state, because they took the time to read Hello Baby.
Well, that's exactly the goal. Throughout the entire book, the reader is a parent, is it a grandparent, is it a sibling, is it an aunt, but the reader is reading, we see you, we see you, we love you, we see you, we love you. And at the end, the baby sees himself and
Yes.
realizes that that's who the book is about, and that they can too love themselves. So it is building absolutely to being seen and then seeing oneself.
Do you ever get the opportunity to go out into different bookstores or just in different speaking engagements and just share a conversation and to watch the little readers bring a book to life? Because, I mean, it came from your imagination, and all of a sudden somebody is receiving it. And it's like, that is such a beautiful gift from the universe when that transition takes place.
It's the absolute best. And I do go out to bookstores and at libraries and book fairs around the country. Sometimes I sit on panels and talk about, the underlying ideas around the book. But I love it most. My favorite times are when I'm sitting on the floor of a bookstore, surrounded in a little circle with a group of our little readers, and I'm just playing and reading, and we're singing, and it's like really bliss for me. That's where I feel like they're my people, and that's where I
Oh,
belong.
I'm totally with
And
you.
I love it
So,
the most. And a lot of ideas come. They share a lot of ideas with me. Things that they do and what they saw in the book that I didn't see in the book, and that might give me another idea for another book. Themes, ideas, what matters to them in their lives, and that's what I want to share with them. Things that are meaningful to them.
oh, and I can't wait until Imagine On here in Charlotte, which is all for the children in the Carolinas, and I get, because they have daily reading for the kids every single day. I want to go there when she brings this book to life, because I want to hear her inflection, her interpretation, because the way that you use the little nicknames and everything like that, I know that whoever is reading this book out loud is going to put like a little humor in it, and at the same time, it's going to be very, very warm and just filled with love.
That's exactly what I imagine. Absolutely, because all the names are, there's sort of they're funny and they're implied, and then when I have read it to a group of kids, they're like, "That's what I'm called. I'm the little pumpkin," and the other one's like, "No, I'm the little pumpkins," and like, we have two little pumpkins. So there's like, it's so engaging and fun, and it's very lyrical in so many ways. And then at the end of the day, they're also the hope and the dream of the family, and we want them to know that they can be anything they want to be. They can grow to be everything they want to be, and that's how we end the book right before the mirror, is letting them know, you're the little pumpkin, you're the little deer, you're the little stinker, you're also the hope, you're also the dream, and you're also a unique human being. And that's what I think is the message we most want to share with our little babies.
It's so funny that you said when you come to the end of the book, and I know inside my heart through experience, that actually is the continuation for me, because they're either going to say, read it again, or they're going to say, give me another one. So it's almost like this is such a great fire starter in the way of getting that young imagination into thinking, I am loved. I am loved. And just saying it out loud, I am loved, because this book says so.
Yes. Yes. And there they are. They see themselves in the mirror being loved. And that was the goal.
Wow. Where can people go to find out more about you, Sandra? Because I know about you, but I want people to really know about you. I want you to become a part of their chapters and decision making when it comes to great book reading.
Well, thank you. Certainly I have an Instagram and Facebook. So it's my name, Sandra Magsamen. Scholastic has a beautiful website that talks about our history and all the books we've done together over the last 25 years. I have a website, it's my name. And the books are in libraries, in your local bookstores, with your neighbors, independents, any place where books are sold, our books are there. Booksellers have been very supportive, creating, these Sandra Magsamen sections of books for children now from all ages, from babies, all the way up through picture books.
Wow. You got to come back to this show anytime in the future. The door is always going to be open for you.
Thank you so much. I love spending time with you, and I love speaking with you. You have such great questions that really matter, and I'm grateful for that. So thank you so much.
You be brilliant today, okay?
You do too. Have a beautiful day.
Thank you.
Okay. So our next interview, this one is out of Tampa.
Okay.
However, it is nationally syndicated, or I should say regionally syndicated on the Scripps network. So
Okay.
it goes out to about 80 stations or so.
Great.
And you will be speaking, I believe, to Farron. And I have a note here that she's expecting, but let's just, I always say, make
Wait
sure
and
that
see.
she says it to you on air.
Absolutely.
We don't want to get in trouble.
Is this a television one?
This is television, yes.
Great. Super.
And we're going to be joining right now. Okay.
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing well. Where are you joining us from today, Sandra?
I am in Vermont, in the green state of Vermont.
Oh, how nice. Your last name is pronounced Magzamin, correct?
Magzamin, like so. A little bit different.
Magzamin.
Magzamin.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, here we go. 3, 2. The new book, Gaining Buzz with Growing Families, is one that's filled with all the rhymes and that inspires endless cuddles. Hello, Baby is the first release in a new series from best-selling children's book creator Sandra Magzamin. Sandra joins us now to tell us more about it. How are you today?
Well, thank you. I'm well. It's so wonderful to be with you.
Yes, thanks indeed. I have a little baby that's on the way, less than 2 months. The countdown is on. So I'm very excited for this book.
Wow,
And you clearly,
congratulations.
thank you so much. I love that it's clear you have a special place in your heart for the little ones, the ones that are newborns all the way to probably just 3 years old. Why is that the age group you want to focus on?
Well, I've been writing books for 25 years, and I've written for a lot of different ages. And I really feel like, the work that I do as a writer and as an illustrator, most of it came out of my work as a psychotherapist. I worked with families and children for many, many years. And the work that I did as a therapist has informed the writing in my books. And what I know for sure is that babies are just, first off, so incredible. But those little brains, from the time they're 0 to 3 years old, the brains are growing at the fastest and most intense capacity that they ever do in their whole lives. So if we can, bring books to children of that age, if we can read with them, sing with them, play with them, we know that cognitive development is going to be extraordinary. And also the social emotional connections are going to be extraordinary. So I really wanted to work with the youngest of the young so that I could bring those ideas and love to our little ones. I mean, when a child is born, as it changes the whole family. It is the center of the family. And so this book is a way to welcome them, say hello, and let them be seen and know that they are just anticipated and will always be loved.
Oh, so beautifully put. And, the words that you just shared, but especially here in the book, they're just as touching as the artwork and the images we just saw. How do you approach creating a book that not only can appeal to the babies and toddlers, but also one that gets the adults in our feels when we're reading it?
Well, that really is so important because babies aren't buying the books. Their aunts are buying it. Their uncles are buying it. Their grandparents, for a baby shower are buying it. So the books have to be appealing to adults. And I think the illustration, I think the titles, where you say, hello, baby, that's what we want to do as the family of this baby. We want to welcome them. So I think the title and the illustrations draw people in. And of course, this book is filled with all of those wonderful, heartfelt names, nicknames that we call our baby, whether it's Little Peanut or Little Pumpkin or Little Stinker. We want to say all those things, but they're also our hopes and our dreams. And that's clearly, one of the pages in the book. And so, it all kind of comes together. I was sharing earlier that Dr. Seuss said something that he never wrote just for a child. He wrote for the whole family. He wrote for anybody who read books. And I hope that my books do the same thing because they're universal messages. And, we're sharing it with different ages.
Yeah, you definitely accomplished it here. And I love that the last page has a mirror on it because my little one was obsessed with seeing herself in a book. So Sandra, thank you for joining us today. Again, her new book, Hello Baby, is available for purchase today. Daytime will be right back.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Oh, best wishes. When is the baby due?
September 5th. So this will be one that is read in our home. Countdown.
Oh,
58
I
days.
wish you so much happiness. It's so
Thank
exciting.
you
Thank
so
you
much.
so much.
Thank you.
Stay there with 4.
That was so sweet. I'm glad she mentioned it on air.
Sweet, I know. I love that.
September 5th. That's great. Excellent. Well, we have a little bit of a break now.
Okay.
We have 2 more interviews that remain and they start at noon.
Okay.
So you can take a little break. Actually, James, should we just disconnect for now and then have Sandra join back in? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, why don't you turn your camera and you can mute yourself and then just plan on being back just before noon.
Okay. Perfect.
Yeah, that sounds
Great.
great. We'll all give each other a little break, get some lunch because we're probably all
Thank
hungry
you.
now. Okay, excellent.
Okay,
I'll see you in about 40 minutes.
Hello. Sure.
Well, hello. Hope you had a good break.
Yes.
Okay.
Wasn't you
So our
never know.
next two interviews coming
Okay.
up. So you have interviewed with the Culture Buzz. That's John Busby.
Yes.
I put him down for a half hour. I'm not sure if he's going to take the full half hour, but we'll see. And then you may have interviewed with Trisha Friedman a while ago. If not, she is a fantastic interviewer, an author favorite. She has 2 podcasts and a huge librarian following, which is great. So that'll be our final interview, and we save the best for last, as they say.
Super. I love that. That's great.
So we'll get John on. It is audio only, but he will be doing this by Zoom so he can see you.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah. And then and then I let everyone know, and they said congrats, they're happy that you're on and that we're almost done with our media tour.
Yay. Thank you
So
so much. It's such a pleasure to work with you.
well, I actually adore everything that you've written because they are such fun books. The funny comedy ones were the best ones.
The Silly Santa,
The Silly Santa and the Hello Witch, or no,
Yes.
Silly Santa and Silly Witch.
Yeah, Silly Witch. Yeah.
I gave those to my niece who will be turning 8, and she loved those jokes. She was like bringing them to school and telling them to her friends.
That's the idea. I love that. That's
So
wonderful.
she was like a little comedian telling her all these jokes, which I thought was really funny. But it's great. It's wonderful that you're able to kind of work from the 0 all the way through, like, like my niece who's 8 who loved Silly Witch and Silly Santa. So
Yeah.
it worked out well.
I love that. Great. Well, do send me your address. I'll put.
I
pop
definitely
books in the mail
will.
for you.
And hopefully we'll get to work together again.
The next book, we don't have it on the pub plan yet, but we are planning to build this out as a series. So I know that's happening. And there's some other books coming in before then. We're doing a new format that's a shaped book. So it almost looks like a stuffed animal, and it has stuffed ears or stuffed
nice.
tail.
Very
And that's a
fantastic
series
choice.
that I'm pretty sure they're going to want to promote because it's going to be important for us.
Yeah, no, that'll be great. So it actually has like, it's just like you can feel it, like one of those touch and feel books.
Yes, and it's in the shape of, like, the first one is I Rough You, and it's in the shape of a dog, little dog, like a little stuffed dog, and then
Yeah.
the ears are at the top.
Oh,
So they're-
that's so cute.
yeah, they're fun. They're really cute.
I see you. You get it? EWE. No, I was just
Yes,
you did a
exactly.
sheep one.
You are amazing.
You are amazing. That's a good one. Just trying to
There you
catch.
go.
Oh yeah. What else can be something about meow? But like, I mean, you could just say I meow you, but that's
That's right. Oh, he's fabulous. Yeah, exactly. Yep, that's where I'm living, in that space right there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's perfect. That's awesome. Well, let me, where's my pen? Got this. So we'll wait for John to join us shortly. I'm glad we were able to get everyone in as well.
It was
And,
great. What a great lineup.
And thanks for being so accommodating. I know on July 7th with those, 3 interviews that couldn't participate today. So it was great that we were able to get them on the lineup.
Right. I mean, I don't know how many we did today, but with those, it feels like we're close to 20 or
I
something,
think
right?
so.
13. Yeah. So,
Yeah, 16.
the,
Yeah.
how do you measure, like, impact? How do you, do the radio stations, each one have a certain amount of, bandwidth, or the television stations?
Yeah. We have like estimated audience, but it's not very scientific. I mean, it's just kind of what the reach would possibly be based on the market size and the share of the station.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, we're not privy to sales information, but I do have publicists who will come back to me and say, oh, we saw an uptick in book sales because of this media tour.
Yeah.
Or, I always say we keep doing these media tours for how many years now. And something's got to be working, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, I think the impact on the sales of the silly ones were clearly there. I wonder, the other thing is like, in terms of podcasts, can you zoom in, like for this series specifically, could it be mommy podcasts?
Mhm.
People who are really talking about moms and babies and that kind of thing. Wonder if that would be an interesting way to explore as we move
Yeah,
forward.
we did reach out to the mommy podcast. Podcasts are kind of funny. So podcasts are either very host driven,
Mhm.
and so very like either they don't really have a lot of guests on, it's just someone blabbing and
Yeah.
talking about it. Or on the flip side, if it is very specific to mommy and stuff like that, they are either taking it very medical, like that
Mhm.
type of podcasts.
Right. Yeah.
But the ones that we do have are ones that came back to us and said that they wanted to interview you. For instance, well, John Busby just loves doing lots of interviews, and he interviews a variety of guests, but he has a really active archive site. So a lot of people go and listen to those
Yeah.
interviews. Trisha, on the other hand, she knows her audience, and her audience
Mhm.
are librarians and educators and so forth. So
Mhm.
she's coming from a different approach.
Yeah.
She's
Yeah.
coming from the education approach. And then let me look at what else we have today. Oh, we've got John on right now. I'll continue this afterwards. Thank you,
Hi,
John.
John.
Hi, Sandra. So good to have you back on the show.
Thank you. I love being with you.
You're kind and gracious, and you have such great stuff to share that, I mean, how could I ever say no to you? So you keep on with the creativity and the beautiful little illustrations, and I'll do my part here in Iowa just to promote the heck out of what you do.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much. I was so excited to see you were on our list today.
Well, tell you what, let's get this recorded, and you know how I do this, and we'll just simply have fun again, doing what we love to do, which is share the good stuff which you create with my audiences.
Great, thank you.
Recording in progress.
John Busby with a Culture Buzz, and let me tell you, in the almost 20 years I've been doing this show, every so often I have the uh, absolute honor and pleasure to have paths cross with a creative that has such great things to share with you people out there that I have to tell you, Sandra Magsamen has quickly become one of my favorites to share with you. Why? Well, as I indicated, I've been doing the show for a long time. And so really, I look at my audience, and it's not just you people there, but kind of your roles. Many of you are parents, your grandparents, you are mentors to young lives in your community, maybe at your own community library. And one of the things you do so absolutely well is that you find ways to instill the joy and the passion of reading and sharing reading experiences with those young, budding minds. Well, Sandra is just a genius at providing material for you to use. I- you can buy her books by the dozens because you will find many people in your circle of influence to share them with. And you may remember her from 100 Ways to Say I Love You, which was our last interview at the beginning of the year. And, before we started sharing the conversation, I begged her, I said, anytime you've got something coming up, we are going to be talking about it here on the Culture Buzz. Well, she does have a new book. It's called Hello, Baby. Um, and I don't know quite where to categorize this. So we're going to find out a little bit more about this. What I want you to do, though, is jot this down. And if you don't catch it the first time, I'll give it another time or two in the course of our conversation. Her website, www.sandramagsamen.com, Sandra, Magsamen.com. Go to your local independent bookseller. They probably have a dedicated Sandra Magsamen section where you can go to. Uh, you are your own illustrator, so you have kind of like this creative energy and package within your own being, which is wonderful. But each and every book that you create, Sandra, has its own inspiration, maybe its own story, its own path toward its sprouting into being. talk about Hello Baby, please.
Oh, well, thank you. And thank you again for inviting me back. I love our conversations. You ask all the right questions. Hello, Baby is a book that is a hug, a hello to welcome the newest member of the human race. And I have spent 25 years writing for children, but mostly older children, not really focusing on that the newborn. And the reason why I think it's so important is that when a child comes into a family, it is the entire family that begins to align around it and welcome it and bring it into the world with anticipation, with hope, with wishes, with joy. And it is a time where it is the one time, that introduction of this new little human being, where a baby is seen for the first time. We name it, we call it, we bring it into the fold. And I really wanted to build a whole line of work for that baby, but equally as much for that baby, for the family. And you said that so clearly, that the parents, the grandparents, the siblings, the aunts, the uncle, we impact and we teach and we mirror these children that come into our lives. And these books are meant to be a tool to support that. And in this particular story, Hello Baby, it is just that. It's a welcoming. It's sharing all of the words of endearment that we may or may not use with our child. Like, we call it the little pumpkin. We call it our little deer. We call it our little stinker. We call it our honey bunny. We call it all these wonderful things. And then we have our own names that we call it that I haven't even named in the book, that I know parents are adding to the book. And then we call it our hope and our dreams. And in the final part of the book, the baby sees itself, because in the beginning of the book, we are seeing the baby. We are seeing how special it is, how important it is. We're seeing our hopes, our dreams in it. And then there's a mirror where the baby can see itself at the end. So it really is this family opening up and welcoming this possibility, welcoming the future into our lives. So I'm very excited about it. I also get to share with you that I'm going to be a grandma this year. So I'm writing for my own grandchild, as well as all the grandchildren out there in the world.
Oh, what joy for you.
Yeah.
Sandra Maximin is my guest. She returns to the show, and I hope the good Lord provides many future opportunities for more returns, because her creativity will not stop, and our conversations will follow that and will not stop as well. You have such a beautiful way of infusing the right things, paying forward through your literature in a beautiful way. Hello Baby is really, to me, this reaffirmation. Again, it's almost like the opening scene of The Lion King or something like that. And you can relate that in your own way. I see many parents, many grandparents, as you said, aunts, uncles, loved ones, reading this to this newborn infant, so that that child, that infant, will be hearing the sounds of those closest to them. And then as they age, eventually the words will come into play. And it's this opening of arms that you do so well. She's got a wonderful website. I can't begin to describe the beautiful artistry that goes with each and every one of Sandra's books. So you need to find out for yourself. Guess what? You can, of course, order anything and everything that she has created at her website, sandramaximin.com, Sandra, MAGSAMEN.com. Your local independent bookseller can connect you as well. Hello Baby is the newest one. And as she said, there's this wonderful extra inspiration with the pending arrival of a new wondrous human being in the world here through Sandra's family tree. Talk about that sense of reaffirmation. I made a reference that just popped in my head to Lion King, but each and every family has this opportunity, and we need to really grab that and use that as kind of the glowing ember of hope and future.
Yeah. I think that's absolutely true. There's these moments in our lives that just sort of stop us, and they mark time, but they also mark meaning within our lives and within our families' lives. And certainly the birth of a child, or the bringing in a child into our families is one of those times. And I think that this book is written, to just slow us down a little bit, to slow, the whole process, and remind us that it's these relationships that matter most, whether it's a parent sitting and reading with the newborn, or a grandparent, or a sibling just sitting and going through the pages. This is how we're building relationships, and we're honoring this newborn baby and our family by taking the time and the energy to sit and just be with another human being. I mean, it really is, with all the fast-paced things in the world, this book really is an opportunity to just sit and be with the newest member of the human race, and to be with the people in our family that we care about and we love. So it's slowing it down. It's calling on all the good things, that we love, and characteristics and traits about the new baby, and just being there. And I think more than ever, that's really important. Being in the moment, being present, acknowledging another human being.
Exactly. You have
A
built
lot of
such a
celebration there.
Pardon?
It's a lot of
Well,
celebration there.
celebration, there's a good key word for this. Hello Baby is the newest offering from Sandra Maximin. You really need to make sure it's part of your pantheon. You know, even if you don't have a new entry into your immediate family or your neighborhood, someone who has, surprise them. Go buy a few copies of Hello Baby. You can even send it anonymously to these people, because sometimes it's always fun to do these anonymous pay it forwards. And Sandra is giving you a perfect way to do that. Um, you have really created such a wondrous, successful career. And it is really one of the anchors that you have is a deep sense of gratitude, but also kind of responsibility for, again, paying it forward. You're a conduit. You really are. I need to ask you, talk about your earliest days. What started you on this path? Because uh, to try and wrap my arms around the entire body of your work and what you've created in your career would be nigh on impossible. So let's just go back to day one.
Oh, I that's a big question, my friend.
I know.
You're really talking about the creative process and how we express ourselves. And I think we all have those times and moments in life where you begin to understand yourself a little bit. And I know that when I was a little girl, I'm a twin, by the way, I have a twin sister who, as we grew, as children, my sister was so skilled with language. She could find words. I struggled with words. I know it's hard to believe now, but words were very difficult for me. I was much more at ease with drawing pictures and communicating that way. So I just, I began looking at how I communicate and what mattered to me. And when I was 12 years old, I was in a very bad accident on the farm. My father had a farm. Parents had a farm. And I spent the better part of a year in a home and hospital school where I was on a headset talking to other children who were in accidents or who were sick. And so that year I was isolated from my friends at school, my sisters, I was kind of in a room, in the hospital, in a room on a headset, doing my education. And that year I came to really understand myself. I came to learn to know myself a lot better because I was sort of taken out of the day-to-day, activities of a child who could go to school and play and all that. I couldn't walk. And that really centered me on understanding the best way that I communicated, which was through pictures and words. And what really mattered were the relationships in my life. So as I went on, I went to art school. And then I knew that I wanted to become a psychotherapist. So I became an art therapist because I knew that I too was better at communicating my feelings and the themes of my life that mattered when I was drawing pictures along with words. So, I think we all come to know ourselves and we think about those themes and those messages that have helped us. I have those that infuse my work. I also have the developmental milestones, the things that are so important for a child to grow as part of my vocabulary because I'm trained in that way. And that really matters to me. So my work is a blend of all of that, as all of our lives and our work is a blend of all of that. And in college, I had a very smart professor who said to me, I love when, as an art student, what's your work about? And I didn't know what my work was about. And I kept thinking and thinking and looking at the work that I was doing. And I said, my work is about connecting one heart to another. I want whatever I'm making to touch another heart. The theme, the message may be different, but I want somebody to see me, feel me, and I want them to know that I have seen them and I have felt them and they matter. And so that's been the work, my whole life. And that really goes back to when I was a little girl. I felt seen, I felt heard, and I came to understand myself through that process, through the accident and all of that. So, everybody's story is slightly different with different experiences, different people, but I know what's universal and that we all want to be seen. We all want to be heard. We all want to belong. And my books are an invitation to that for anyone, anytime, to know that they are seen, they are heard, and they belong in our world.
Oh my goodness. I really cannot add to that because Sandra Maximin is a goddess when it comes to expressing herself. She does such a masterful job of expressing herself through her books. Her newest one is called Hello Baby. Just call it it is infused with love. Uh, you will understand when you get your copy. If you're just meeting Sandra's works for the first time, you are in for a true treat because this is just a way that you can use her works to express yourself to the ones you care about, because we all are looking for ways to instill the very best traits in next generations. And as Sandra said, to let these young minds, these young bodies, these young people, these young humans uh, know that they are important. They're vitally important. Visit sandramaximin.com, Sandra, MAGSAMEN.com. Your local independent bookseller undoubtedly will have a Sandra Maximin section dedicated and just waiting for you. But whatever you do, for those of you who know Sandra's works, you've got a new one there. It's called Hello Baby. It'll put a smile on your face and it just warms your heart to its deepest, most important place. Sandra, I could go on like a babbling fool, but as you can surmise, I think the absolute utmost of you and your work and your impassioned mission to help others connect and to enhance the best parts of life. I look forward to our next conversation. In the meantime, folks, Hello Baby by Sandra Maximin is the book you want to get. Sandra, thank you so much. I'm going to be floating through the rest of my day. I'll put it that way.
Thank you. I'm so grateful for our friendship, and your words just touch me so deeply. Thank you so much. It's a real honor to be with you.
Recording stopped.
Thank you.
I'm
Oh my God.
serious.
You're the best.
There are very few authors I've had the chance to just embrace philosophically what they're doing. I will confess, the books that I get as preview books, I'm putting aside because our daughter and her husband are looking forward here in the near future to starting their own family. So guess what? I'm going to have a Sandra Maximin library to gift them when that time comes.
I love that. Please reach out because I'd love to send them a box of books. I have, my storehouse filled with books. I'd love to share them. Let me know when the baby's on the way. I'd love to send them some books.
I will. Tell you what, and this, of course, I keep private. What is the best mailing address that I could use for you, Sandra?
Just by email, just sandramexamen@gmail.com.
Oh, okay. But I meant just a regular snail mail. I wanted to send you something through real mail.
We're in rural Vermont, so it's P.O. Box 21 in North Bennington, Vermont.
North Bennington.
05257.
Oh. Well, great. Look for a little something from the Culture Buzz in the mail to
Oh,
just for
thank
fun.
you.
Sometimes
it.
you just
Thank
have
you
to
so
have a little
much.
smile.
You're the
Thank you so
best. I'm
much for your
so
time,
grateful.
and make sure I'm in that list of yep, we're going to keep talking with this guy.
For absolutely the top of the list.
Thank you so very
Anna
much.
she's so lovely. Thank you. Have a beautiful day.
Thank you, John. And I'll let
Thank you
Martha,
very
you
much.
said hi. Thank you for doing this.
I will. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Martha's my
Well,
colleague, so she also reaches out to stations.
he is so sweet. Oh my God. Love him. Okay, this is our last one.
Okay. So, like I said, Trisha's fantastic, one of author's favorites.
Yes.
And she does have some really thought-provoking questions
Yeah.
coming in from the educator standpoint.
Mhm.
So, and like I said, she does have a big librarian reach as well.
I remember Trisha.
So
Yeah.
I think you'll have a good interview for the last one. I can't believe it.
She's so bright. She's so bright.
Oh, definitely. And I didn't realize she lives in Canada, Toronto, but she's from New Jersey originally. So I thought
Oh,
that was
really? I didn't
I'm
realize she
from
was
New
from.
Jersey originally.
Oh, there you go. A
Yeah, I was
gal.
like that. So small world as always. So
I love that. The smaller it gets, the better I like it.
definitely.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm just trying to think. It's about 9:20. I'm gonna reach out to see if she wants to start a little earlier. She might be finishing up an interview right now. So
Okay.
give me a second. I'm gonna give her a call really quickly.
Okay, great.
We're gonna log in because she's gonna log in shortly as well.
Okay.
She always appreciates the extra time. So
Oh, great. Perfect.
there she is. Okay.
Hi, Sandra. How are you?
Hi, how are you? So great to see you.
Great to see you again, too. You know the drill. We're not live, and I do your bio after. So if you're good to go, I'll hit record.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, here we go. Sandra, it's such a joy to be speaking with you again. You're back with a brand new board book. This one is geared at readers ages 1 to 3. And I'm wondering, you are a longtime author artist. When you are designing something for that very unique age group, what are some of the things that you're sort of saying, this has got to be my priority?
Yeah. Well, I'm actually a little more ambitious than that. It's 0 to 3. So we're talking the newest member of the human race is what I'm interested in. As I have written over 25 years, and I've written, for children who are picture book age, 5 to 8, 5 to 9, 5 to 10, toddlers, really 2, 4. Some of the books do spill into infancy, but this intention was to write a series of books for really babies who are on the way and babies who have just come to be with us. And of course, there's all kinds of things to consider in this. The content, the poem, the message, the illustration, the novelty. There's a novelty component in it. And, given my background as a psychotherapist and working with families and babies and children, throughout my work as a therapist, all of that is infused in it. So the illustrations are big. They're bright. They all have big eyes that our babies can see them with. The text is very minimal and very melodic to go through. It's almost like a song. And then the reveal at the end is a big mirror for that baby to see themselves in. So structurally, it's really constructed that way. From an emotional point of view, it is a huge hug. It's a big hello. It's welcoming this human being into our family and into our hearts. So it has that emotional level. The text is really calling out all of those wonderful keepsakey, namesakey names, like "You're my little pumpkin," "You're my little peanut," "You're a little stinky," "You're our little dear," all of those things. But it's also that you're our hope and our dreams. And so all of that's woven in because I want babies to know from the beginning that they are loved and they are anticipated and we people are waiting with open arms for them. So that's how we started this series. And the series will grow, as the baby begins to be able to lift their head and play on a play mat, and the book will become, more engaging and sensory driven. As so important for this age, it needs to be very sensory driven. So that's really where we're headed with this. Very, very young children, both cognitive development, social emotional development, and also a lot of love.
I appreciate fully that it's sort of like all of the ingredients are there in this book for parent or caretaker and young child to have this great, loving, as you say, and creative experience. I also am wondering, like one of my favorite SNL skits Kate McKinnon does this kind of spoof on Duolingo, and it's for adults that don't know how to talk to young people. And, if you're a new parent and it's been a long time since you've read a book for children, there is a performance element. Sandra, do you have any tips in terms of for that soon to be parent or that new parent who is thinking, okay, how do I make sure that I am also making the best use of this beautiful book? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, I think number one, snuggle up real close. Put that baby on your lap next to your heart. Give him a big hug when you start to read because it's about connection. This book will be your best friend because it is all about playfulness and fun. I mean, every single line is, are you our little pumpkin? Are you our little peanut? The words themselves are just fun terms of endearment. So it's going to be a fun read all the way through. And at the end, you're our baby and we love you. And the big reveal of the mirror is it's almost like having a playmat in a book, combined with lots of giggles. So it's everything. It's a toolkit, if you will, for someone, even a grandparent who's like, I don't want to read a whole big book. Every page is like a word. So it really goes very smoothly and it's engaging. There should be tickles involved. There should be snuggling involved and cuddling and hugs, and lots of kisses too.
You do both the artwork as well as composing the words. And, you had mentioned it's very melodic. So I'm also thinking a lot about board books as a human being's entry into hopefully a lifelong love of reading.
Yeah.
Can you say a little bit more about when you are working both on selecting the words and you are working on the artwork? Uh, how you're thinking about that, I think the people in my life who are huge readers, as am I,
Mhm.
we loved it from childhood on. And I think it is like that's a critical time for young people to develop the habit.
100%. I mean, that is, I think, in most cases, that's when we latch on to the idea of reading and engaging in books because it becomes a world for us. I want to share that this is a real new illustrative style for us, and my daughter Hannah is now working with me in the company, and she has really been instrumental in helping. We really took a look at how we could make my illustrations far more compelling and engaging to babies. So the big eyes were really important. And each character has a facial expression. They kind of engage the baby. They're smiling all the while. Every single one is smiling. So that was really, really important to have the words and the characters begin to almost be animated, even though they're not animated. They're not moving on the page, but they're playful. They're very, very playful. And that's been really fun working with my daughter to kind of develop my original illustration style into something that is far more baby driven. So that's been really exciting. Look, we know, and you know this as well, better than I do, I'm sure, is that the first 3 years of a child's life are imperative for cognitive development, for brain development. The sooner we can get a child sitting on our lap, engaged in a book, turning the page, listening, if they can move their fingers to begin to touch, we know that they are engaged. Just the time, the social emotional development spent with the person reading, we know is imperative to helping build all kinds of social skills and bonding and being able to gain vocabulary. Attention span increases in a child that's been read to, opposed to one that hasn't been read to. So we know all the benefits are there. So, what we're trying to do is offer these irresistible tools for parents who we make these books accessible. They're easy to read. The kids will want to read them over and over again with the parent and eventually go back themselves because they will have mastered these simple words on a page. Also, some of the baby's first words will come out of these books. So it couldn't be more important. I mean, it is to get a child holding a book at the earliest age possible, or holding a book in front of them when they can't even hold a book. And by the way, these books are great to chew on, so we're good on that too. Babies do love to chew. It's imperative. I mean, it's the most important thing we can do.
I love that you pointed out the bonding piece because I also think, we're talking right now so much about connection and, as humans, we need more ways to connect. And and again, I am so thankful to be a member of a few different book groups. And there's a
Mhm.
book group that I'm in where one of the other people started sharing with the group a little bit more about a divorce that they were going through. And they kind of caught themselves at the end and they said, wow, I'm shocked at everything that just came out, but the book and reading it together made me feel like I wanted to share. And it dawns on me again that children's books, board books also kind of it's the on road to that, to realizing that fiction, reading, art is maybe our very best connector. Do you have any thoughts on that? Or I'm guessing you've probably heard from parents, readers of all ages about, this really being some of your books, like this was such an anchor for us at a certain point in time.
For the family. Absolutely. I mean, that you said that so well. That is like fundamental. You know, and the thing is about, as therapists, we know that babies need to have that bonding right from the beginning. It's part of the failure to thrive or failure to not thrive. The baby has to make those connections. And welcoming a baby and saying hello baby and offering all of these terms of endearment and setting up a place for the family to bring that child in, connect with every person in the family is a place to start. We don't talk about that so often. We know baby showers and people come to visit the baby and all that, but continually saying you belong, you have a family, you're connected. It helps this child feel safe and grounded, and it sets them up to have a foundation of strength and structure to grow from. That's so, so, so important. I've had families write to me over the years. There's a book I did with Scholastic many, many years ago called I Rough You. And in it, the little puppy says, I rough you all the way through. And parents have written me and they said, we only say I love you. We say I rough you. We don't say I love you anymore, which I'm like, oh my God, what a compliment that is. That's incredible. Um, I had somebody at a book signing maybe 2 years ago. A woman and her child were at the book event. I was reading I Believe in You, which is another B book from a while ago. And I see this woman start to cry. And I'm like, what is going on? So afterwards, she comes up to me and she said, my mother gave me a painting you did of a woman with a bee on her head when I was 11, 12 years old, some age like that. And she said, I was really struggling as a teenager. I wasn't happy. I couldn't get myself together. And my mom gave me this piece of art that said, I believe in you. And that has stayed with me my whole life. And here I was. I didn't know that you were the author of all these books, but I sort of recognized the art and I came in and here you are. And she said, I want to show you something. And she rolled her sleeve up and she had the bee tattooed on her arm that she had as a young child. And it's the bee reminds her to believe in herself her whole life. So you never know how you're going to connect as an author. You never know how you're going to connect as a person with another person. But one thing I know for sure is that we do. If we can see another human being, if we can make sure that they know they have been seen and that they're valued and they're remarkable and that they're part of something greater than just themselves, they're part of a group, they belong, it makes a huge difference in the lives of people. And that's what I hope all my books do. And here we're starting with the very little of the littlest. We want them to know right away so that they have even a little bit longer to grow to be all they're meant to be, with that security and knowledge that they belong and that they are loved.
That is such a beautiful story. I I also want to touch on, you've talked about the power of the art, and simultaneously, Sandra, you've said you have my permission to chew on this book. So I love that it's sort of like it's huge, but also get messy with it. And I wonder actually if you
Yeah,
could
make
say a
it
little
your
bit
own.
more,
Yeah.
because I'm thinking I had a neighbor come over the other day, and your book was on the table, and right away he said, "Oh, what is this? This is beautiful." And I was thinking about just having books around the house for that, that impromptu, I've just come across this, I've discovered this casually. And I know some people who, and I've seen this in the library too, where youngsters will be getting very, very excited about exploring some books on the shelves. And, the adult that they're with might say, be careful, put that back. You don't just grab anything. And, I think a lot about agency and we want kids to be exploring books. Do you have any other thoughts just, in terms of art therapy and having things in the home and perhaps, just letting go of a little bit of control so that the association with this is a happy one and not necessarily like, I'm not allowed to touch this.
Yeah, no, yeah, I mean, you're talking about this idea of things are so precious that am I worthy to touch something so precious? And of course, we revere books, we love books, we want to take care of them for sure. But at the same time, they are to be explored and encouraging curiosity and, experimentation is so important. My books, as you know, many of them have a lot of novelty components, and we just make sure on our end that they are safe and sturdy and the structure is there so kids can pull and throw and jump, that we want them to engage with the books. I think keeping a house where, is one of my new favorite words is uh-oh, where there's a lot of uh-ohs in our lives as adults and as children. It does, we drop the milk on the floor. It is not the end of the world. It's just an uh-oh, and it's an experiment in cleaning it up, maybe even in an artistic way, where you make a little painting on the floor. I think mistakes are important and mistakes matter. It's where we find a lot of ideas. Nothing is done perfectly initially. And I just think we have to just, slow down a little bit and let some of those things happen and make exploration a part of our day. I mean, I think, I have piles of books everywhere in my house. And I can't tell you how many times I've looked at a pile, I'm looking at a pile across the room, and I'm like, oh, there that book is. I haven't explored that one in a while. I'm going to dig through the pile and go through that one. Or I put a book in a pile and I didn't read it. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't need to go down to the library today. I have a book right there. So it's just wonderful ways to explore and create your home. And I think it just sets a tone for a little more relaxation, not having to be perfect or thinking that there's perfect. I love that idea. I think those are the things that make a home comfortable and artistic and, like full of life.
I could not agree more. My home is also full of piles of books that I have yet to go to, and I will still probably go to the library later today.
Yes.
Sandra, I would love to ask you in closing, you had referenced, that artistically you've tried something a little bit different. And I wonder actually if you could talk to listeners about, someone who has had such a successful career, such as yourself. I could envision there's a version that says, just keep doing exactly what you've done. Clearly it's working. What enables you to say, let me experiment, do something a little bit different? How do you get there as an artist?
I mean, it's kind of like, how do you get there as a person? Like there's a compulsion, I think, the very nature of being human is to continue to grow. So, if I just only made the same books over and over again, that wouldn't hold my attention forever. I want to learn something new about myself. I want to learn a new technique. I want to explore a new theme that's in my life. I mean, oddly enough, as the universe worked out, I'm going to be a grandma this year. When I started this
Congratulations.
book, I didn't know I was going to be a grandma this year. So now I'm like, wow, this whole series is a platform for me to explore that whole relationship, which I didn't have a year ago. So that's really exciting. Like I'm growing in that role in my own life. I'm going to be a grandma. So what's that going to feel like? What's that going to look like? What do I want to talk about as a grandma, you know, within my books to children, but also to the grandmas that are buying the books? And, how does that begin to happen? So in that way, I've started writing poetry, not only for children, but also to myself, to the grandmother and me. And I'm already, thinking of some ideas that I might go back and start writing for women, again. For a long time, I wrote for women. I created gift products for women. So that's leading me in that direction. So I think it's just an authenticity. It's living your truth, writing about creating not only a product or a book or a piece of jewelry or whatever it is, but creating your life every day as you grow. And so my body of work is a reflection of who I am and how I've grown, and the relationships and the themes and the traumas, the sadnesses that have happened in my life. All of that plays into how I created, or my life has been created, and how I participate in the creation of it. So I think it's a great question for an artist, but it's also a great question for a person, for any human being. How do we keep growing? How do we keep evolving? It's easy to cling to what you know works, and sometimes change pushes us. Big change, trauma change pushes us out of that. Sometimes you can hold on to some of the things that worked for you. Sometimes you can't, and I think, we always have to keep, growing, because it's the nature of nature. That's seasons change,
Absolutely the truth. And I think actually there is something to seeing change as an opportunity for growth that it's just a healthier perspective to take on things. So thank you so much for that reminder. Thank you for creating yet another book that is heartwarming, that is, just eye attention grabbing. And I look forward to seeing the next iteration, the new Sandra books soon to be. Thank you again for coming on the show.
Thank you. It is always my pleasure. I'm grateful to spend time with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I love that, Sandra, because it's like, look, either you decide to grow or life's going to decide for you.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's so true. There was a young woman who was visiting us yesterday, a friend of my daughter's, and she's going through some tumultuous changes with the marriage, like you were just talking about. And, I said to her, she's like, I don't even know what to do. And I said, you know what? Sometimes life forces us to change, and you have no choice. And I said, we don't really change often unless something's propelling us and pushing us. And oftentimes it's not the good things. She's like, it really, she goes, I never thought about it like that. She goes, I wouldn't have, she goes, I wasn't happy, but I wasn't going to do anything. It took something else to happen in order for her to make a change. And now she's seeing there's a future for herself that she
for her.
wanted, but wasn't going to have where
Yeah.
she was. So you never know,
You never know.
you don't, So it's so many examples of that in my life where something happened and I'm like, oh, it's horrible. But if that had not happened, the thing to come that was beautiful would never have happened.
Yes. I mean, I feel like that's the universe is trying to teach us all that all the time.
Faith, right. Faith and
Right.
grace. Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much again. Enjoy
Thank
the rest of your
you.
conversations, and
Yes.
yeah, keep creating,
I
keep
hope to
writing
talk
books.
soon.
Same.
Thank you.
Take care.
All right. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Yay! We did it. Thank you guys so much. Make it so easy. I'm sorry you have to listen to the same stories over and over and over again. I'm always like, oh, I appreciate it. It's a real pleasure working with you, all of you. All right. Well, thank you, thank you, thank you. I look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you. Have a beautiful day. Should I wait for Anna to come back? There she is. I know she's on a call. Okay, sure. No rush.
Yay. Okay, that's a wrap.
Thank you so much. That was a
Of course,
great
I
way
got
to
a call right when you were finishing up, and I'm trying to get the person off the phone. So it's all good. It's all good.
No
But we did it. We
worries.
got all the interviews. That's a wrap, as the prompter there says. And I will report back to Dua and to Seal and let them know that everything went really well.
Super. That's great. Thank you so much. And I
Yeah.
so appreciate you. It's really wonderful to work together.
So, and like, good luck with the baby and bringing the baby back and with everything happening. And hopefully, who knows, maybe we'll connect before December. You never
That
know.
would be great. You never
So
know.
it's not goodbye. It's until next time.
Well, send me those addresses and I
Yeah.
will your address and I'll get that out to you in the very least. So
I
it'll be
will
great.
definitely do that. Thank you so much. And if anything else pops up, sometimes I get a straggler asking for an interview. If that's the case, I'll definitely send you an email.
I love that. Great. Super.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you so much.
All
Okay.
right,
Have a good
beautiful day.
summer. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Bye-bye, everybody.